Alright folks, welcome back to the final prompt of Inktober 2025. We're here again, right on time as planned. Well, give or take an hour or two. I was kind of expecting to complete my language learning portion a little bit hour earlier, but I had some thoughts. It's upon reflection of the thing I have to do tomorrow, which is our 300-day retrospection or a tentative take for Wanikani. So let's get into our stuff. We're gonna complete this, and then I'm gonna end with some housekeeping, right? I'll record it for posterity. Maybe I'll reflect upon it going into the next year, 2026 Inktober, in case I forget some of this stuff. So today's prompt is award, and I feel that is a very great way to end Inktober in award. I'm gonna try to maybe invest a little bit more time into this one. It'll be about 4 hours long. So that'll take us to, we want to complete this before 3 a.m. 3 a.m. local time. Right now it's almost 11 o'clock. Right. That will give us approximately 4 hours. And then I want to spend an hour or two going to the late morning, summarizing things. I have a bunch of objective things to mention, largely for posterity or recording for my own use. Right, most of this stuff is for posterity after all. Let's see, let's go in and do our sketch. So this sketch is going to be a little bit different, I suppose. It's our victory lap. We're doing our victory lap. Okay. Much work. Huh. Oh, I haven't done it in this order. Maybe I don't want to do that. Gotta put in the middle part first. When you saw my Inktober art, you were surprised at how little time they took considering how polished it looks. Turns out you even sketch quickly, so it makes some sense now. First time seeing the process. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I mean, this is the first year where I actually stuck to a singular subject, so it's kind of nice. I do sketch very quickly and then modify it using the awesomeness that is digital art. I use those tools, you know. Okay. That's good enough. Let's get the. In terms of sketching, I think I've employed quite a lot of different techniques over the experimented with quite a lot of like different people's perspective on how to sketch, and over time whatever works. It's kind of like a combination of scratching, using post-processing, liquefying, and all that other stuff too. So if you combine all of them, it kind of just makes the process feel like anything works. Like right now, I already noticed that there's a couple things that are really wonky, but I know that I will be able to adjust for it eventually. So for now, we just keep going. Got no time to pause. That's kind of the idea of Inktober. I enjoy that part because getting stuck and being dissatisfied can be a big drain on time. It's not quite Adamon's sort of crazy speed, but it's still impressive how fast you get the general shape down. Even with your mistakes, you're very decisive about placement, for example. Yeah. I do the direction thing. I am not sure who that is, but let me see if I've seen a picture of. Oh yeah, I have seen. Yeah, people refer to this guy. Yeah, using like negative using the noise. Yeah, I don't do that because or I didn't get a chance to do a lot of that, largely due to time limit and how. But yeah, you move towards a direction. So constantly move towards a direction and then know that you can adjust the proportions as you go. So that's usually what I do. And then the liquefy thing is like someone else's approach, like other peeps' approach. So like I just need to adjust this. So it'd be like something like this. And we're gonna shrink it up a little. And then we flip, right? That's the classic flip, just to see where the eyes are. Maybe we make the head a little bit bigger, body a little bit smaller. Yeah. And that's good enough. We got our subject. So liquefy, horizontal flip, lightsaber shoot, but yeah, every other you've seen was likely done in exactly. So since I don't have as much experience, I'm definitely less confident in it. So what I do is I combine two things. Sometimes I do, on days when I'm a little groggy, I do the other guy. I forgot what his name is, but the guy who does this. So like you're looking for shape. As long as you're browning movement to a different position. So if you practice this, right? Like this. And then you look over your stuff. You kind of know where the shapes are. And then what you do, like afterwards, you just take it down and then you find your lines from it. If you ever want to clean it up. But alternatively, you can take this whole thing to finish. Like you can convert this into this without needing to erase any of this stuff. So that's the other thing that I've done over time for some time now. And the combination of the two is what you see here, where the placement is deliberate, but it's also very noisy. And you know the range of noisiness you can handle. Wait, what am I drawing on? I'm drawing on a pen tablet. You mean this? Yeah, that's what I'm drawing on. I'm looking at the screen. Right. So that's kind of the idea. It's the combination of the two techniques over the years to save some time. And then composition is the other thing, which is not my forte. Composition is not great. So let's see. We're gonna put this in a different layer. So this is where I wobble. So whenever I get an object, if I have to do an object, I'm just wobbling. So single stroke wobble. Something like that. That's kind of too far up. Or too far down. Okay, that's good enough. Okay. That should be good enough. And then we need... And then line tool. Like my hands aren't that steady, so we're using line tool. Oh no, perspective. Okay. Something like this. Probably across here. It goes to the back. That's good. Maybe this part will be visible, so we'll do like this. And one more line. Just to give it 3 dimensions, I suppose. This will probably cut across with the same line like this. Okay. Roughly. And probably dark side. So this is the light side. And then probably cross here. Light side. And we want to match that angle. Probably something like this. Now we have light side. Then dark side. Doesn't have to be perfect. Okay. Then we have overlap hinges. Something like that. Okay. Maybe a little bit outward. And then in, probably want to match that. Something like that. Coming back out. Get a little wider. No, that's probably too much. Something like that. Here, there's an inside piece, probably. Something like this. And go over here. Thinner. Right. The prompt is a award, so we're making an award in a display case. That's good enough. It's mediocre at best. Let's. I'm too lazy. Let's go here. We need a light side. This will be the light side. You can probably not see the dark side, but let's just there. Okay. Proportions are kind of out. The pillar proportions are not the greatest. That's okay. We want a barrier for the glass. Something like that. Okay. A base. A plaque that's loosely aligned with the thing. And we'll add something in the middle. This is good enough. Okay, so now let's adjust. I think this plate case is good. It's fine. I want to adjust the size of. Whoops. Wait. Oh. Oh, that's awkward. I guess we'll be fine. A little too big. Okay. All right. That's our prompt. Sketch done. So, do we want to add a table and just random background? Yeah. Just add a table. Let's clean this up. I guess it really actually doesn't matter. They'll end up being layered like that. And then let's add a background. A background is only gonna have a couple lines. It might not even show up now that I think about it. No, it's probably not gonna even show up. So we'll add two flat backgrounds. I don't need lines for background. Let's group these. And we're gonna center this. All right. This time, yeah, let's do our background first. There's one line that I want to draw for the background. It's probably going to be right about here. Oops. And that's it. That's the background. We're done with the background. Let's color block. We're going for kind of a showpiece, right? So kind of slightly beige background. Okay. And then we have our table. Let's go slightly browner on our table. Yeah, that's fine. Don't have to be that exact. You'll end up getting... Alright. So we're done with that. Okay. So, let's add noise. It's not gonna be wood. Oh, the wood's gonna be down here, right? Yeah. So we're just gonna do like a somewhat like a fuzzy thing. Next year, I'm definitely gonna download brush sets. I like playing with different materials. If I had a garage, you know, to do like traditional art, I would probably like be that guy that goes to a I don't know, a thrift shop and buys some random materials just to see what texture you can get from random things. And I feel like that's the equivalent in digital art where you like, hey, give me a funny pattern that I can do and then see what I can make from it. I ran out. This year, since I drew the same subject and variances, what I did was I just kept playing around with textures. And it was a lot of fun. Let's see. So we're going here. Right. And then it'll make sense in a bit. Here. Let's put a little in the middle here. Dial it back here. Go to the dark end here. Yep. We're done with our background for the wallpaper. Now let's do... How's this gonna work? Let's see. How deep are we going? We're probably going like here. Whoa. I didn't mean to drag that too close to the edge. Okay. It's probably gonna do a little Probably a bit of a smaller grain. We probably won't see most of this, so that's good enough for the lighting situation. How can one earn a MAKU award? You automatically get a MAKU award. What are you talking about? You always win. I could convert this into maybe like a something. I don't know how I would, but that is what we're going for. Don't worry. We didn't trap a red panda in a display case. Obviously, this guy isn't a living thing, right? You'll see. Disclaimer. And wild animal in captivity, not the greatest brand recognition. Yeah, I think we're gonna. Guess we can lump these together. All right. So let's color block guy. Let's do grays because this is not a regular color thing. I haven't drawn an object the shape of a red panda. So that is interesting. And usually objects, whenever you're doing objects, the only thing I can it gives me the opportunity to work on like texture or trying to capture a different object. So most, I would say later I'm going to summarize most of the stuff, but 80% of my work this year, or this month anyways, during this year, was working on fur, or looking at the waves and the shape of the hair. Like I was working on fur and hair shapes and flow, but I haven't been working on other textures because I use the same subject most of the time. On occasion, I would draw an object, and the objects I kind of was out of practice, so I had to experiment with different things. Sometimes I had to make my own textures, but most of the time we just finagle whatever brush we have available. I like taking whatever works and try to capture it. So this one is not made of fur, so now we're gonna see how well that translates. It's probably not going to translate very well. The one that I really enjoyed messing around with a texture brush and trying to capture was the stained glass one. The stained glass one was a lot of fun. I'm like, what kind of looks like stained glass? It's like the only way for you to free the red panda is to win. Yes. But we're always winning, so I don't have to worry about it. You know? Always winning. I have a lot to say about this year. I haven't done a review, like a candid conclusion. Yeah, this will be the first for this year. Lots to say. I mean, I don't tend to do things without having a lot to say. So I like to make sure to remind myself that I still care about what I do, the things that I do, and the time I use to do them. Right. That's kind of, today is kind of a day for myself. Whenever I do like an opening opinion, like the start of a project, and I spend like that 3 or 4 hours explaining why I made the decision, all my motivations, the things I'll be looking forward to and talking about by the end of the project. And then at the end of the project, it gives me the opportunity to explain everything and whatnot. It's the reward, and then all the work is in the middle, of course. So today is the victory lap, right? It's our final prompt. It's a very poetic one, actually, having an award. All right, so let's color this guy. And I'm gonna color it, which most people actually don't know that this is my favorite color. Largely because the other types of colors are what I use more often. A lot of times people have favorite colors and they try to weave it into everything, right? However, for myself, I have a color balance thing with my eyes. So many would say like, oh, I bet your favorite color is red or orange, right? Because a red panda is red or orange. And then I use, these are actually orange lights. They appear reddish and pinkish is because of the old camera that I have. I have a C920 and it doesn't capture a specific wavelength very well, but it still works. What happens is whatever it's capturing, I bet your favorite color is red. Yeah, the reason why I have orange or red lights or pink lights from the camera is because I don't know if people care about this or not. Asian skin, like the way the pigmentation in my skin is a lot more pleasant looking when you have certain complementary colors, right? So that's the reason. So my favorite color doesn't mean that I would ignore what like color theory and stuff like that. Like I don't dress in green all the time because it clashes with a lot of things. It leaves, but I do have occasional green things, right? Like I could be wearing green glasses, like glass frames, but then it would make it very difficult to do other things. They're green around, but my favorite color is green, by the way. Green is my favorite color. The other guess some people would say would probably be yellow because I use a lot of sunlight. Yellow would be the other one. And then if they were going off personality, like, oh, you're a chill person, so it must be blue, right? Oh, you're a gamer, it must be red and black. But it's green, and it's actually green and yellow, or green and goldish. And there's a reason behind that. And red is in there because oftentimes culturally, red, green, and yellow are very distinct colors, especially in Chinese culture. Red, green, and yellow are very, very important colors. As opposed to like black and white. I own a lot of white and black things. Largely because the most important things to me are accented in green and yellow and sometimes red. So if you have mostly white and black things, they tend to complement those things. So if you're, when in doubt, if you're kind of worried and you want your most important pieces to be emphasized, like in a cartoon or something, right? Make the rest black and white and then accent the things. Oh, in terms of artists, like absolutely love, what's his name? The first time I saw it, this was Western artist. What's his name? Sin City Guy 300. Frank Miller. Is that his name? Frank Miller? The idea of black and white and then having red as the only accent, right? Obviously there are other people who've done this before, but the first time I've seen Frank Miller stuff, I was relatively still quite young when I came across Frank Miller stuff. So that whole idea of everything is like washed white and black with high contrast and then just red just shows up there. I absolutely love that. And it's not a coincidence later I find out that one of the major cinematography in Chinese culture, like Chinese cinema, they do this as well, where you have a very prominent color and the rest of the color are there to play the background. Like if you ever watch the trilogy that is House of Flying, like Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, Hero, and House of Flying Daggers, that type of cinema really makes color larger than life. Like, it's incredibly beautiful. And that's kind of why I feel, while I may have a favorite color, it doesn't play, it isn't without all the other colors. So, and of course, today, with all that set up, today's color, Red Panda's green. Green Panda. It's supposed to be a jade statue, so we're gonna work on a jade statue today. How do we make that? I guess we're just gonna noise it up, right? To make it like a rough surface. Slightly rough. I don't know if I can capture make it like translucent instead. No. That sounds kind of difficult right now. We don't want to end on an exhausted note. Okay, so one other thing that I haven't done in a very long time. I actually didn't. Okay, I did it only 1 or 2 times during this whole Inktober. Is practice volumes. Volume practicing is great, and the only time I've ever done it, and it's like 10% of the time, is background. Like, this is just volume practice, in my opinion. Like, if you get your volumes down, you kind of already can picture where the lighting and stuff is gonna go. Like, this is volume practice. So I think this is incredibly amateurish, right? The way I'm doing this, and that's perfectly fine. If it irks people, that's fair. I understand. Like, there is some intent behind this. However, most of it comes from volume practice. So where my volumes are. This is low in volume and this is high in volume, right? And then if you have to force yourself to use one color, like this, like a jade statue, the way to make it look nice, in my opinion, is to understand your volumes. Where the dark places are, where the light places are, and you're largely only changing either your hue. I don't really change my hue very often. I tend to go with white and black, changing the extent of white and black. And I've done this a lot, but I haven't practiced it. Like, practice changing the way I do things. So that's kind of fun. Today, probably minimally doing that. So let's go and try to do that now. So this is where, like, a lot of people say, like, oh, but how do you know what colors you need to choose, right? And my thought was, if you have command of volume, it can be any color. It can be a single color. And this is what I'm doing now. So I'm trying to think where my lighting situation is. I'm kind of adjusting the volume based on... I'm doing like a little bit 2 things at once here, which I typically do. And that's... I'm also coloring with the anticipation of where the light source is. You guys can probably already tell where how the light source is gonna be from the background. And I don't think people... I don't think this is inherently something that people like to do. I think they usually use flat colors and then do the lighting after. So you touch it up in stages, but been doing it this way to save time, basically. I'm combining 2 steps. And you're always trying to, like, one of the things that I kind of forced, in a way, forced myself to do, yeah, early on was, to kind of encourage myself to use the full range. Like, constantly go from near black, like 90% to black and 90% to white on any singular color, so that I understand that I can plan ahead on how to get a good dynamic range. That's too bright. These are gonna be darker. Oh wait, that I can use this slider. I'll get that later. Okay. Okay. I remember someone. Oh yeah, Jiao said it earlier, in the day, talking about like undoing, right? The whole idea of undoing, and yeah, in the moment to moment, like there are times when I undo, right? But I think 95% of the time, I don't actually undo. Instead, I always find myself constantly trying to challenge myself to say, instead of undo, work with is the thing I tell myself most of the time. Like, oh well, you never know. You never know. Just work with it. And you might get something unexpected, but work with it. Okay. Okay. We got a few highlight spots to throw in there. Well, this one's gonna be a little interesting. How is this gonna work? Okay. Okay. And I'm gonna have to do too much. Oh, that was a little too much here. Right. How does this part work? Let's go with Okay. All right. Let's get into the finer things. I think I'm still going to probably use the... Oh, we could use like a really dark green instead, maybe? For change? And then this is where I have to muster all my energy. Oh, you know what? I could make it bumpy. Do I want to? No. Oh no, I don't want sharp edges. Hmm, that needs to be a little bit more pronounced. But still maintain like the curving. We're basically doing the opposite of what I typically do. We're basically trying to curve everything so it's soft. Oh, I kind of need that part, huh? Wait. I'm sticking to 3. Oops. Oh, I think I screwed up. I totally missed. Okay. Oh, those are not Great. I think that's a little bit better. Okay. Gold. That's not great. Gold. Thinking. Uh. Okay. Uh, what, what was I missing? Oh, right. Okay, that'll make yeah, that's a good. It's good enough. And then now I kind of want. Let's clean this up a little bit before. Oh, wait. That helps that out a lot. Heck, I have to finish the whole thing before I can... Okay, it's fine. We'll come back to it. We gotta finish the case. Alright. So what color is the case? I think we have to go even slightly darker. Something like this. Yeah, that looks good. There's still quite a lot of things to do. Like the glass. The glass. Oh, I see why that looks weird. But... Okay. Alright. Get back to this. It'll come together. At least I keep telling myself that. That's the goal, right? Just keep telling yourself, we can work with it. It'll come together. But what if it doesn't? It'll be next time. Next time as in next year. I haven't decided if I wanna like do a little bit of artwork for the channel. I was already brainstorming some banner ideas, maybe. I did the same thing last year. Sort of. This is faster to fill. Not to be too fancy. Okay. If I ever have to do this like I did the other time. Yeah, I've been definitely been embracing some of the other ways to save some time because, ooh. I also want to make some custom ones too, like custom brushes. There are things for my very specific use case that I'll try to go and shop for some maybe before next year. See if I can incorporate them. I'm sure someone has something like that. But I have like this very specific use case that it would be lovely to get a brush that does that. So then I can use the brush without having to change hues or anything. It's just how heavy. I also have to tweak some of the densities. I'm not getting exactly the dynamic range that I kind of want from the brush. So I have to like spend some time tweaking how sensitive the pressure is. I rely so much on the how pressure sensitive it is. Saves quite a lot of time. Whoops. Yeah, this is pretty much roughly what the display case is. We're not gonna invest that much time. I think another lesson that comes up quite often for myself is what is the focal point, right? What is the primary task of the prompt? And then spend most of your time on that, not so the trophy is obviously the last thing I'm gonna be working on, but I do have to fill out all the other things. And the display case is kind of part of the prompt, so I gotta also work on that. And of course, like I mentioned before, one of my favorite colors that complement this is... Oh, I have a really great idea. We'll use that. But for now, one of my colors, my go-to colors, of course, we gotta add some yellowish, goldish somewhere. And I just thought of where I'm gonna add a little splash of orange and red. It's like my comfort zone color palette. Outside of orange-esque, this is like my wheelhouse color palette. You have your browns, your gold, and your greens. I think this needs to be curved down so it's... Also, there is this one other thing that I don't know how often people do. I like doing things, but also coming back out and looking at it again. So if you're iterating on something, right? If you're constantly iterating on something, there is a high chance that you're gonna be very preoccupied with very specific aspects of the piece. The thing is, though, a lot of people may say like, oh, but if you move on, you're gonna regret it. You know, there's gonna be regret coming backwards. It's like, oh, now you're gonna have to change everything. But there is also the other way around, where if you don't do anything, right? Like if you're not moving on and you're constantly stuck on one thing, inevitably, how do you know if that's like going to happen anyways, right? And what I mean by happen anyways is, how do you know isn't going to happen if you didn't move on? Like what I mean is, if you decide to move on anyways. So that type of thing can be a problem when, if you're, I understand lots of great artists can see the whole thing while they're doing it, so they're going out to it. For myself, I have to keep doing things and see if things come up, right? And one of those things is what I just said. I have a really good idea of something, and it wouldn't have come up, and I wouldn't have seen these things if I wasn't doing something at the moment. So now I'm like going back and doing these things because I can actually see them. So I don't really rest on my laurels and say like, oh yeah, my mind's eye is just that good. That means I can see everything on the first pass. So instead, I just keep adjusting. Yeah, so I pull it out, and whenever I do something, I pull it back out and I look at it, right? I know this part is a little awkward, but we're just gonna have to accept that it's awkward. This part is kind of too far out. We can do something about that though. Okay. Yeah. Anyways. Fancy glass. I don't... Alright. So we have to kind of like brandish the wood, right? We'll probably use... Let's use this again. Only this time... Okay, so where are we going with it? Oops. That is not the right layer. I still mess up. The layer business is pretty funny though. Sometimes I just go with it. Like, it's the wrong layer, that's fine. We'll just fix it. It's not the end of the world. Actually, this could probably make this a little bit easier. Okay. Not the end of the world. Okay. Yeah, I think this is the grain. Yeah. This is about the size I want. Okay. And then edge, so let's go. Okay. Yeah, I know. Perspective. This is not... We'll just pretend like the thing is angled. I don't know. That's what happens when you don't have good perspective. The texture is supposed to help mask it. mask my ineptness to understand, to get straight lines right away on the first shot. I can probably liquefy the whole thing, but nah. Okay. All right. So, all right. What I'm doing here is I'm not sure how often people do this, but a lot of times materials have like different, materials have very specific direction, right? However, you can take that uniform direction and you can provide contrast. So instead of making all of them one direction, I just imagine the wood being placed in different panels. So in order to distinguish between them, it would be the same thing I do if I was doing line art. So if I was like cross-hatching and stuff, I would cross-hatch the middle thing as the most interesting thing. And to me, I don't know if people agree with this, but in terms of like brain stimulation, this is where the neurobiology comes in. A diagonal line is a lot more stimulating oftentimes than a horizontal and a vertical line. So oftentimes wherever my subject is, I tend to do dynamic lines as opposed to like flat lines. So objects that like this, they tend to be one side in one direction, and then you account for volume. But this one, like the middle panel is going to be diagonal, versus the side panels, which goes along with the thing. The reason is my perspective is awful. So in order to kind of make it look like it's still going in a general direction, I use texture to move in that direction. I don't know if that's intent, like if that's a thing, if people like that kind of thing. I feel like that's how I think of it. So now we're gonna make our edges a little bit lighter, because I usually make the outer edge a little bit lighter to contrast the darker inside. And this part is where the glass is going to sit, so it should be relatively dark. Oops. Yeah, that's fine. And of course, I still haven't done my line art for it yet. My favorite step is the end, where I get to touch up all the line art. I try not to rely on doing that too early stage. So this year it has become the last step. It has allowed me to do a lot of exploring with the line art. So I do make the contact shadows the opposite grain of the thing just to produce some contrast. And we also need a darker this. Right. We need this to make contact with the bottom. This is where I would say this isn't proper lighting. It's just what I feel like would accent the piece. And we'll have more of that in a bit. Alright, let's do the pillars. What the pillars? Oh, I don't like long, thin things. I guess we have the clip. So this is the dark side. We're just gonna scroll it down, give it a little bit of texture, and then call it a day on dark side. Dark side. And then we'll pop it a little bit on the light side of things. And then go down a little dark here. So it looks like the top is a little darker. I mean, the bottom is a little darker. I'm not sure how much that's going to show up. Don't, you know, try not to practice diminished return. I want to get rid of this. Okay. I would love to be one day, I guess. I would love to one day be maybe... Oh, no, wait. Does that even make sense? This side makes sense. Actually, no. No, I take it all back. I think we're gonna do it this way. Hold up. Oh, and this is what I mean by doing things and then figuring out if you get inspired. So I keep myself thinking as I'm going and looking at the prompt. So then we have our change of mind. So I think we're gonna do it this way. Lightly. And then and it's this side. We're gonna highlight the edge a little bit here. This one is going to be this side. This is gonna be the middle, actually. Let me highlight the outside. Of both directions. I went a little too ham there. Okay, and then yes, this side. This really doesn't matter that much. Both. Okay. Okay. Then we do. Along the edge. That's okay. I'll get rid of that in a bit. Okay. Oops. All right. So got this thing. How is this one? How is this gonna work? Guess we're just gonna noise it. Something goes in here. I'll let you use your imagination for now. Oh, I guess you kind of want it 3D, huh? Okay. Yeah, we'll include it in the bit. So, how do I mark something for that? Something like this. Whoops. We need like a piece here. It'll make sense in a bit. I just need to remind myself that I need to do this part. The plate needs a third dimension. Heck! Oh, wait. That's fine. That thing was feeling a little bit flat. It was throwing me off. Okay. Alright. What do we do with this? We can make it extra shiny. So. That's good enough. Alright. So, yeah, my perspective is really whack. Alright. I think we also want to take this part and make the outside a little bit darker. Harsh because the light is gonna be coming from the center. Okay. Can I get rid of you now? Oh. Oh no. Wait. Okay, so alternative. We're gonna pretend like these lines don't exist. Oh wait, that's not how that works. Oh no. Okay. Oh. Went a little too aggro. Okay. Ah! Okay. Alright. So, this is like a good place to stop. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Alright. Okay. Now we can see some stuff. Okay. So like we can push harder on this one is a little bit tricky. So it's supposed to be alternating dark and light patterns as well. So it's kind of very difficult for me to like get that consistent. We're trying. Like these this every other one is supposed to be relatively lighter so that it's alternating while also having a highlight from something that will make sense in a bit. Okay. So we can definitely push. Oh, wait. Yeah, we're not doing the push a little bit more. Okay. Ooh. Right. So we're spending most of our time now on the middle guy. Okay. I think I had a change of heart, and we are going. Oh, I mean, that's fine. Okay. Now I kind of have a change of heart on certain things. What time is it? Okay. All right. Maybe it'll be offset if I... Probably. So... Probably. We'll do it this. I think we're just gonna rely on... Hmm. It's so hard for me to get it. Yeah, that's fine. In this direction. Whoa. What happened there? That's fine. I always think Jade Jade has this like really wonderful kind of like amorphous spotted look to it. So this is the closest thing that I can think of on hand. So giving it a little bit of accent around the areas that I think are kind of fun to accent, filling it out a little bit. in a way, it kind of looks like the guy has a bit of freckling, which is always a little adorable for some interest. And of course, I'm trying to keep them separate based on the specific places. It's kind of similar to like iron, I suppose, how I do iron. Then we want to keep a little gap of separation here. Right. Basically make it look a little bit more interesting. Now the eyes are sparkling. All right. And then I think I'm gonna probably go over it one time with the dark thing, but let's do the pedestal. I totally forgot about this thing down here, which is definitely wonky. Why can't I? Okay. I think contour lines are easily one of my crutches. I don't know if it's like a good crutch or a bad crutch, but knowing the flow no, we're gonna make this black probably. Knowing the flow of the thing you're looking at is very, at least in my opinion, very important. So you can't really, I don't want to say this too strongly, but you can't, it's very difficult to have it not like aesthetically check out if you have your lines and flow and your sections good to go. Your eyes just kind of gravitate towards it anyways. And then we need... Okay. Get black. I don't think I'm gonna do too much with it. Okay. What is that? Okay. Oh, you are a proper shiny little guy now, aren't you? And then let's do... Oops. Hmm. Nah, we're fine. We're fine. I do want this to be a little bit more defined. Okay, I think I'm gonna change my mind and we're gonna add hold up, let me look. No, we're just gonna make it all black. Yes. We'll see how it looks. Maybe if I hold up. It's very specific spots, so maybe I don't have to. No, I think I'm gonna... We'll see. Let's try it anyways. What time is it? Okay. We're not gonna remove the previous line. Heck. Yeah, it's just too soft. I ended up making it too soft. That's okay. We work with it. The other side. Oh no. It's a cross. Ugh, crosses. I have a really bad time sweeping across. Okay. I'm basically creating sharper collisions everywhere because I think it dramatically boosts the contrast of all the lines, all the little parts. So now it looks a bit more shimmery, and that's worth the time. Definitely worth the time to do so. It is my subject. There we go. That is one very, very shiny thing. So now I still have, what is it? 4 a.m., right? So I actually didn't spend that long yet. It's only been 1 a.m. Oh, I have till 3 a.m. So I have 2 hours. It's been 2 hours so far. And I was gonna give this 4 hours. Yeah, look at that. That guy is shiny, shiny, shiny. I really like doing this thing. I think I know how to make... I have a great idea, but we'll have to wait till next year to do it. But I have a great idea of how to make like fun little watery translucent thing after doing this thing here. So that's kind of... The tail is kind of funky. Maybe I can move the tail. The marvels of... The marvels of technology, right? It's just a little bit bumpy on one side. Okay. And the rest can be meh. So let's it's diminished return from now on. So let's touch up the other things. And then we have to write something. There's a very, very important reason why I left the plaque. I left the plaque empty. It's gonna say something on it. To end the day, to end another great month, another great year. Guess we want to do some... Just wrap this part up. The display case is actually part of the prompt, so don't want to neglect it too hard here. We can also adjust the perspective lines again. I can muddle the perspective line by putting a thicker outline on the outside. Not ideal. I should really do objects like this on a grid. That would definitely offset my inability to draw parallel lines. Case in point, it's technically not a parallel line, but I'm trying to offset like the initial wobbly one. Heck. Okay. Okay, then we draw some inner lines. Probably around the frame, and that's good enough. Like this frame. This one. No, not the light side one, but just a few looser inner. Nah, I guess I'm doing everything. I'm like, does that look okay? I'm cutting too many corners. Heck. Why are you doing weird things? Stop doing weird things, please. Well, this is upsetting. Wait. Where are you from? Oh, right. Okay, okay. Once we're done. What just happened? Oh no, you look a little bit crooked. Oh no. Hang on, nightmare scenario. Alright. I thought I can shortcut, but it doesn't look that great. Okay. Wait, how does that work? Oh, does it work like that? Okay. I think. It doesn't matter. No one will ever know. Okay. No. Good enough. All right. Do this part. I've been practicing my bubble letters, I suppose. Oh, that is... That was way too thick. Okay. Okay, I have to gauge. Ah! It's okay. The imperfections are part of the charm, right? As long as it's in one direction. So no hesitation. I like that. Oops. For a moment there, I forgot how to spell it. I forgot how to spell. Don't worry, I'm gonna move it. I was trying to make it a little bit, like, smaller going the other direction, but... like, only the hint of getting a little bit smaller. Just a hint. Okay. Nope. Nope. Ugh. How the... Hold up. I've discovered that 5 is a nightmare. What the heck? It's good enough. Well, we'll fill it in and all that stuff, so. I do need to move this. It's a little... in before I wrote the wrong year. I wanted to write it also slightly smaller. Just slightly smaller. Okay. Alright. There are a few kinks, but it's okay. I wanted to make it look like kinda off-putting. Kind of like a bit jank, intentionally a bit jank. Add a little bit of charm. All right. Now we gotta do the last thing. Okay. Uh, how do I do that? We're using a, yes. So let's first, let's see how this looks first. What's happening? Oh, right. We might ditch the whole thing. Don't know yet. Okay. Whoa. Whoops. Hmm. Hmm. Good enough. What? What is going on? All right. That's it. 1:37. We have an hour and a half to spare. Wait, we started at 11, right? So 2.5? Yeah, it still only took less than 3 hours. Pretty amazing how much you can get done nowadays. Let's go add a border. Turned out really well. We incorporated pretty much all the colors for 90% of our prompts. I'm definitely getting a lot quicker at this stuff. The glass was okay. Like, I was trying to make it, I was trying to add a little bit of hue to it, like blue hue, and it's kind of okay. It was okay. Not the best, but I really don't have time. And there is oh no, there is a cursed portion here. Man, you really can't unsee that, huh? Hold up. Hold up. Okay. You can't really unsee that, so we're gonna have to do something about that. Yeah. Just make it point up a little bit more. Perspective. Hold up. We can turn this further in a little. That's fine. Can't unsee, but it's fine. No worries about it. Can't win them all. Where is this line at? Like, the heck is this line coming from? Oh. It's fine. Shh. uh... Uh... No one will ever know. No one will ever know. You can never tell. Can't tell the difference. No one will ever know. Okay. What was I gonna do? Oh yeah, we're doing the frame. Customary frame. An award. Do we do Xiang? Is that award or is that reward? Yeah, Xiang. Well, we'll probably do Xiang. Don't like this little weird thing that's happening here, so let's do that. We gotta even this out. Yeah, it's a little better. I mean, obviously, the color is gonna have to be green, right? Obviously. Oh. Oh, you can't even tell that the light is... that's fine. I made the thing too big. Oh, we can incorporate it into the frame. Oops. November, it's already been a month. Crazy. November is here. What a month. Wait, what's happening? How come I can't? Oh my gosh. Why is it so gigantic? What? Oh no, 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 no. That's bad news bears. Hold up, hold up. I don't know what's going on. But, okay. What? Oh, that explains a lot. Oh, okay. Somehow, I've done this like more than 100 times, and today just happens to be the day I do not follow the standard movement, standard procedure. Okay. All right. So Obviously, we have to go with a green, mid-tone green, because that's the whole point of the award. What's going on? Okay. Ah, yeah. Now that is some balance. Okay. And we know exactly what to do with this very quickly. Okay. Probably white with black. Okay. And we are doing Xiang. Right? Yeah, Xiang. Shou. Shou and Xiang. Let's write this. Okay. A little like box thing is a little big. Like this guy is a little big, but I'll take it. Good enough. My hand is so steady after... It's nice to... The hand gets really steady after doing a lot of drawing. Wait, why? Oh, that's not good. Oh, I don't like that. It's good enough though. Fine. There's so many. I will try in the future for sure to be a little bit more vigilant with my layering. Like I rely more on grouping than on naming the layers. All the groups are already kind of there, you know. I want to try this again. Good enough. All right. Let's mark this up. Our last time for this year. Maybe not last time. So day 31. What was this award? All right. Hey, I think I might have accidentally. No, they were open. Oh yeah, because it's underneath. Well, okay, let's save this. Been a pleasure. Okay, saved. Oops. Okay, so we have one more segment left. I'm left with at least 3 hours. We're gonna do like a 2-hour thing where I summarize some of the stuff because like a candid conclusion until next year. Some of maybe the mechanical parts, maybe some opinions or things. I haven't really done it for a creative project thing yet, so it's gonna be improvised. But before we do that, I gotta take a quick bathroom break. Gonna get up, stretch a little bit, and I'll be back. Thank you, thank you. There you have it. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Let's conclude Inktober, shall we? I did prep a backdrop for this. And then we're gonna add our new guy. Where is our new guy? Wait, why are you? Oh boy. Old. Okay. Right. Let's add our last guy to the piece. All right. Oh, you're a little close. Right, there we go. 31 prompts. What a month it has been. And definitely something I've done differently is that I still kept up with the language learning part, right? Actually, overall, I think I still spent more time language learning, right? This was doing it, all the stuff that I did this year, all these prompts, which I'll go over in a bit, but in a quick TLDR, all these prompts were done in a fraction of the time that I spent in the last couple of years, because I spent 2/3 of the time actually continuing language learning. I think it was quite varied. You can definitely tell that there's a lot of green. Like there are obviously 3 dominant colors here, but I think all the prompts largely vary quite a bit. I can see 1 or 2 that are fairly similar in it, but I did take some time, try to incorporate other aspects, other things, and it was rough in the beginning. Holy moly, the beginning was selling back into doing artwork every single day is pretty tough, but I think right around here, around the 8th prompt is when everything started selling into a groove, I suppose. Oh, but there were some missteps on the fireworks thing. Did not turn out. I struggled pretty hard with the fireworks thing, the blast one. And then because I struggled with it, I kind of tapered back and then tried to do a clean one, right? Like this was the clean one because I wanted to do some design, like graphic design, language stuff. And then the rest pretty nice. We have a myriad of expressions and lack of expressions, I guess. I really like the puzzle one. The puzzle one really turned out great. All right. So that's a quick teaser. Let's put these in the background, right? Right here. And then we're gonna do our yap, right? So what are these things that I'm going to do, right? As a general introduction, at the end of each project, I have encouraged myself or kind of mandated myself in order to reward my why is that? Okay. Reward myself with the satisfaction of summarizing, reflecting, right? These are periods of time when you end a project, you get into some serious self-reflection, but also take in time to appreciate what one has done, right? It's both a cathartic thing and a self-improvement thing. And I typically call these candid conclusions for project-related things, and this will be treated in that way. So let me go over my usual introduction for these. Let's pick a pleasant color to start. I call these candid conclusions. And I do these at the end of a project. So and a project tends to be some sort of smaller, right? Smaller scale goals. They're kind of medium-sized goals. Each of these projects start with an opening opinion, which I have recorded 31 days ago, right? So this is the follow-up, right? The follow-up to the opening opinions. And I often try to say something that is numbers. So we break them up into tiers for all of these conversations. We start with the first section, which I still refer to as the by the numbers. So this is the facts section. Unadulterated facts. It's objectively true, regardless of how I look at it, right? No feelings, very void of feelings. This is the part where I feel a vast majority of people would collect the information and then be gone. That's the facts. You go to a video, you look for the facts, and then you leave. That's as far as investments go, in my opinion, for 90% of the time when you're on the internet. So we start with the facts. At least whatever facts that I can gather from this or approximate, I suppose. Then we follow up with some archetypes. So I do have some archetypes this year. I've encountered some archetypes. And the two archetypes I'm going to use, these are hypothetical. So it's for me to reflect on hypothetical, like correlating hypothetical idiosyncrasies, right? So it's not any particular person, right? I'm not describing anybody specific. The idea is I reflect on behaviors that correlate with each other. And then if I understand those correlated behaviors, I can choose to either control them or change them. And a way to do that is by observing other people or interacting with other people. And the two archetypes that I often think about right now is the specialists, right? Versus, actually, maybe not so much that. I think what I want to talk about is we're going to talk about forms of expression. And one is going to be from a narcissistic perspective versus the empathetic perspective. I think that's what came up during my Inktober. So hypothetical, right? These are hypothetical things that coincide. Obviously, a human being is both have the capacity to be empathetic and narcissistic at the same time, tangentially, sequentially, consecutively, inconsistently, and sporadically, right? That kind of thing. So that's the one that I wanted to throw in. And then I end with a personal one. So this is a bit subjective, right? Our archetypes is a bit subjective, but there is statistical and anecdotal correlation between these. So slightly half subjective, half objective. And then, as you may have guessed, the last section are my personal takes. Right, personal takes, just personal stuff. Maybe things that today we're gonna go with highlights or things that have left a lasting impression on me. Right, that's how we're gonna do it today. We're gonna try to keep this to 2 hours because tomorrow I have to do this all over again, only with a different thing with Wanikani. So for the facts, let's do facts. I think a good place to start for facts is we have roughly the average time per prompt. And I would say it's roughly 3 hours each. The range was pretty concise. It was pretty consistent, but it went as low as 2 hours and as high as 4 hours. But nearly almost all of them are 3 hours. I actually kept to this, so I aimed for 3 hours and I managed my workflow and whatnot based on those 3 hours. Now there are other facts which I want to go over, like workflow. I guess workflow, I have ironed out a workflow from this. It's based on these objectives that I've set myself to. So fact number 1, we use whatever's on the Inktober website. Right. That's number 1. It's whatever was posted on the Inktober website 2025. We had to keep on schedule in order to make the deadline of October. They were not consecutive. Because of my language learning sessions. Roughly, like it was almost 1-to-1. So at around 50% of the time, I would have 6-hour days, 6-hour drawing sessions, and then the other 50%, I would either have a 1 3-hour session or none, because I had a few updates. There were approximately 4 times this has happened. Right. So technically I didn't do one every single day. That's very important. And then there were days that I did twice as much. So it ranged from doing 0 pieces to one piece to to 2 pieces in a single day. And that was planned. So all of that was scheduled around my so you don't really have to. I stress this, right? Time management is incredibly important. Being able to intentionally set this time. This was not playing by ear per se. The days that I did have 0 days. And what are those 0 days? There were additional 0 days where I had fun yapping, right? I yap a lot. Yapping with strangers and acquaintances. And I planned these. I actually planned the yapping session for those 3 hours. So when those 3 hours are consumed, I do not do a piece. And then on the following day or the other days, I would make up for it by having 3 hours set aside already, right? And then I add additional 3 hours in specific places. So scheduling intention was a fact. I've already planned this out well in advance. I often, I've met quite a few people during this Inktober who, whenever I meet new people, the first thing that occurs is we yap a lot, maybe for 3 to 4 hours, right? And then they would very kindly, and I really appreciate it, talk about how much time, like how much I was distracted from my current task. But there's no distraction. Most of the time, there's like an ultimate window, like deadline, that rarely is ever exceeded. So lots of time management in this. It was kind of grueling to some extent. The time started getting a bit tight, but I would say for the fact stuff, we reached probably 80% saturation of my time. So that means if I hit harder, I might have run out of time, and it is at that point that I would decide I'm going to add additional time and move it into November, right? Pushing yourself harder and harder despite the limitations of time can ultimately erode or grind someone out. So I'm very conscientious and intentional about this. And then let's go over my workflow, right? We did end up doing 31 pieces. Deadline was reached, right? So we made it. Hooray, we made it. As planned. All the pieces are in the back. Oh, and for the workflow, related to the workflow, so the workflow, this is for my future self because I earnestly have not done something consistently in the past 4 years. And we're gonna go over why this was a different year, why it was more consistent. So now I can generalize and iterate on a specific workflow, and I might do a video on it. I don't know. I mean, I'm not even entirely sure if people really care about that stuff. Generally, this is for my own benefit, so this is the closest thing I can get to quote unquote a tutorial. Not that there aren't hundreds, thousands, if not tens of thousands of tutorials out there. So pick your poison. I can the workflow that I would do, like tutorials I would do, it would be more like me explaining why I do this, not because of how I do it. Like most tutorials tell you what to do, right? I would probably spend far more time explaining the story behind why I do it now, not the other way around. so I don't typically do tutorial videos. This would be the closest. It's gonna be the same for Wanikani and like all the language learning things. Perhaps if I were to publish something, it would come to that. So workflow. What makes this year different, right? I set out with a couple objectives. The one objective is that the red panda is my subject in every single panel. Whatever it is, I must achieve the red panda. So because of that, we kind of incorporate a lot of things, which I'll talk about in a bit. So the red panda is a subject of every single one. It can feature a different character, a different material, but it has to feature the red panda. I've done this before, only it was really early days and I had no idea how to go about keeping that consistent, even remotely consistent. I don't even have a conceptual understanding of having enough ways to express the subject. After 4 years of experimenting, plenty. In fact, I don't think I've covered. The fact is, I've only covered 50% of like the stylizations, so to speak. Stylization that I enjoy, or I have acquired over the 4 years. I've only used like 50% of them in these pieces. I was trying to encourage myself to continue experimenting with those. It was a compromise. So red panda is our subject, and then we needed to convert it into a card, right? So the card comes from flashcards, and these flashcards deal with my language learning. So it's a representation of the language learning. And you'll notice that the cards will have some sort of complementary border, right? Border, and it is accompanied by a character. Typically in both Chinese and Japanese, mutually, that represents the essence of the prompt, right? And it is the essence of these characters that guided me on the actual thing, like what I'm drawing, like the workflow. The workflow for the concept, right? I haven't done too much conceptualizing this year. It's largely, I look at the character and I want to think of a prompt that can get me to capture the essence of the character and then have it feature the red panda. So that's became a very consistent thing. At night, I immediately think about it. It's like, I'm good to go. So there wasn't, previous years, what I did was I spent, I would say previous years, so to contrast, previous years I would spend 2 hours or so, like approximately 2 hours conceptualizing. And gathering references. This year, not so much. The workflow did give me time to test out image generators, so I'll talk about that in a bit. It helps me form like the ideas or like how to present the thing, and if anything else comes up, right? So for that, these are the consistent things. The reason why I like the card structure and the border is dealing with form and lines, which I'll go into in a bit. I think this is the only restrictions, right? Other than Inktober. the Inktober 2025 list. That's a constant. We do not deviate away from it. There's no deviation. Actually, that is set in stone. That's been the truth. That's been true for all the years. And those are the that's it. That's like the consistent thing, and we've come up with a workflow for that. So I'll do a little bit. That's I'll talk about the conception, right? Conception phase. A little bit, which is not viewed on stream. So we start with step 1 is obviously concept. Where does the concept come from? Well, first we look at the prompt, and then we look at the prompt, and then I like consider what can I capture with the red panda, right? So it's got to be something that is not like I'm unable to, which doesn't really happen. Like, so I think about the prompt and have the red panda typically interacting with the prompt directly, right? Like the red panda has to be the centerpiece. What I then do is I actually use image generator. So this is the new thing, right? I haven't done anything since image generators existed. I use the image generator, and what I use is that if anything, usually I try to picture something quote unquote naturalistic. I don't know if that's the proper word. Like if the red panda is sleeping, that you go to references. But for image generators, it would be something like holding like this, like holding drumsticks. Like do you just stick them in it? So that's what I did. I tried to use it as a form of posture. Because the red panda is not a human being. I think a human being would kind of go a little bit better by looking at references, like naturalistic references. But posture is, you know, whenever there's weird posture, I would say that's when I go to an image generator. And then I basically then look at background, think about the background and how it can be framed in the dimensions. Oh yeah, that is one thing here. So the flashcard, what this card and flashcard provided me is with the dimensions, or more so the aspect ratio. Which was a restricting factor actually, because oftentimes I think of landscape things. So all of these compositions have to be in a way that it looks balanced. So I think about the background and then how to frame the subject and background balance, right? So technically all the pieces have the subject in the center, but they're not exactly in the center. Most of the subject, if you look carefully, maybe except for this one possibly, because this one didn't have a background. Technically, it was supposed to be like a manga thing. Nearly all the things that, you know, after the first 3 days, the subject is not technically in the center. largely because of the background. The background is what creates the framing, and I've strategically placed background in a specific manner. Like this is technically sort of in the center, right? The head is actually on the first two thirds, and like this is bottom half, so because of background. So it gave me a lot of time, like understanding how I'm going to frame my subject, and it's a consistent subject, was fantastic. It makes, in my opinion, like I've done a bunch of bushes and trees many times. Like one, it's like here's one, 2, 3, 4, right? Like I would say a third of them feature some sort of tree, and trees, bushes, grass, and some sunlight, right? And sky. And all of them are framed differently, because what I try to tell myself is, well, if I'm going to draw the same thing, I'm going to try, or the quote unquote, the same objects, I'm going to try to frame the subject differently. So you can see that despite, like, for example, this drumming one right here has them centered with 2 trees, and this sleeping one also has a tree with bushes and trees, but he's sleeping. And you can see the subject is facing different directions, up, down, or doing something that's like this is technically some trees and a big tree trunk, or leaves, and then some bushes. Like this is still trees, sky, and the idea is to constantly change the frame. So that's what I did for concept. Basically, look at the prompt. I know this sounds a little reductive. Look at the prompt. Understand what I think I can draw a red panda doing. Go to the image generator if it's something unnatural, like standing up. Actually, that's probably the hardest part. The standing up part. When you're like running and standing, that's a little bit weird. Then we go and look at some references, but the references wasn't too bad because most of the things I drew were iterations of things I have already drawn before. They're just using more of my mechanical abilities. So I haven't drawn anything it's probably this, which it was incomplete. Like drawing a chair, like a throne, that was probably the most out of the box. Everything else was within my prior experience. So very quick conceptually, because I didn't have the luxury, the time to spend days, and also there was a lot of background processing already. So I have prepared in step 1. I spent like approximately 1 year collecting, quote unquote, collecting ideas, right? I didn't draw any of them. Collecting ideas, which was a very good point to myself. This is what I mean, and I still stand by this. When you're collecting ideas and collecting information, it does not create value out of those ideas until you actually use them. So I understand that there's a lot of satisfaction watching other people do artwork. Maybe like I love watching time lapse of amazing artists doing things, like this guy with the ink blot, the guy who never lifts his pen, the guy who turns negative space and noise strokes into beautiful works by converting them constantly. We were just talking about one of the artists that I've seen before. And yeah, I spent the whole year collecting ideas, thinking about it, and I don't stop thinking about what I can create. And then all of that gets plopped right into step 1. Like the moment a concept comes up, a prompt comes up, I'm like, which idea should I go with? And that's what made the and it was sped up by image generation. So instead of thinking about what would that look like if I did it, I use an image generator, I type those things in, I'm like, that's an interesting way. That's not what I pictured in my head, but I could use that as a starting point. Like, okay, that kind of looks close. And then what happens is you can modify it. It's like, but I really want to include a cap. Like, what? So I haven't drawn any hats yet this year, but sure as heck next year I feel like I'm gonna draw a hat for on whatever I'm gonna draw. Everything has a hat or something. There's only two pieces that have any point of clothing. It's larger because I'm drawing a red panda and I typically don't. Oh, 3 pieces of clothing. It's the bee costume, this little apron thing, and then this Grim Reaper, like this trench coat thing. Everything else, I don't draw clothing on wild animals. Right. Oh, and technically crown and a top hat twice. Right, because the snowman thing. So not too much, right? Not too much. And that was step 1. I just wanted to embellish a little bit because that's something that doesn't happen on screen. I would love to show that, but that would be incredibly boring. It's already, and when I mean by incredibly boring, I don't think it's incredibly boring. I think it's the source of most of my consistencies. All the things I'm saying right now is because I practice every single day talking about it and reviewing all my steps, my thoughts, my background process, the writing. When I go to speak and answer people's questions, or at least vigorously or aggressively, I've practiced it day in and day out. Rarely do I write something and speak from it anymore. I typically run with it, right? When someone says something, most of the stuff is already prepped. We're already ready to address these things. And it brings us to the next topic after we finish our workflow, which is archetypes. You study archetypes, hypothetical things, so you can lead conversations or have conversations led by you or led by other people. Unfortunately, because of the asymmetry of streaming, being led is often incredibly contentious. In a role reversal way, I wouldn't expect the streamer to stop and have me lead the conversation in chat either. So that is something that we're kind of working around here. Discord is probably where some people can lead the conversation. However, it rarely even happens then. Right. So that part, I know pretty well statistically it's probably very, very boring. Like, I've been language learning every single day, nearly every single day for over 2 years now, and I can assure you that if you ever decide to express or show the process of acquiring a skill, it is very rarely ever going to compete or draw the interest of any other person who prefer to see a truncated 5-minute brief on years of experience, right? They don't want to see the experience, in my opinion, when it comes to skill acquisition. They want to see the results. And that to them is collecting ideas. So you collect ideas, but rarely do you understand the process in which that idea spawned from, right? It is up to you to decide when to take that step towards your journey to executing on the ideas and information you have collected, right? And I want to emphasize that because I'm kind of telling myself that I do collect a lot of information, and a lot of them are executed now in the form of communication. So when someone asks me a question, it is then that I finally can have an opportunity to execute and bring value to that information. So when someone says they're having a really bad day, they don't know what to do, or what asking me, like soliciting me for my opinion, it is then and only then have I prepared years, day in and day out, every single day, to present an information where I scribble on the screen, drawing a graph and stuff. Those are the times when it can finally grow or have the potential to acquire value. So whenever I hear someone who says they know a lot of things, they collect a lot of information, and that's their primary source of value, my first thought is, it's interesting, but I'm not quite sure if I would say that is the highest value you can achieve, but it can be sufficient for that person to be happy. For me, it's talking, expressing, communicating, exchanging ideas, even having conflict of interest, having a debate, right? A gentlemanly, like, intellectual exchange with conflicts of interest, right? Differing opinions and whatnot. That, to me, is when the information you are gathering, the information you are collecting, begins to accrue potential value. It can also depreciate in value as well, because one can choose to abandon a concept when exchanging with someone. However, during that exchange, you would then find a substitute for that value. So say originally you had a concept that was misconstrued. Thanks to the exchange, technically that information is being replaced, but it is being replaced because you attempt to make value out of it, right? So when someone says something like, oh, I know this, maybe one day I'll use it. That's what I mean. Like, yes, I am a fan of constantly working on myself, improving myself. However, that is not the same as collecting information and hoping that one day you'll improve yourself using that information. I do not find, in my personal opinion, I do not find value when I think, like, to bring it back to why I'm mentioning this, is because each year, from today and on, after this yap session with myself, basically, I will be accruing and acquiring more information until next October. This is one of the longest things in which I background process and collect information before I do it. So the chance of me not doing all 31 days of Inktober is so slim. That's like kind of practicing and training for so long and you deciding to skip out on the day you need to execute your plan, right? That's like saying, oh man, I have all these great investment strategies and I've used none of them. They're great on paper, but I've tested none of them. So they have no value in my opinion, in my like very brutally direct opinion. They have the potential for value, but the value has not been recognized, right? You could, you would, coulda, woulda, shoulda, right? So for me, yes, it is one of the most rewarding possible things when you spent an entire year looking at artwork, looking at other people's artwork, playing video games, looking at movies, upcoming trends on representation, expression, that type of thing for an entire year. And then you get to put it on a canvas for an entire month. Yeah, I would have to say this concept, step one concept, I gloss over this because in my opinion, it's inconceivable to anyone outside myself and to the person who's also doing it. It's inconceivable how much information one can collect without doing anything with it. And it can feel incredibly cathartic. doing it eventually becomes, in my opinion, like the grandest way of recognizing and actualizing all of the things you have. So that's what Inktober means to me in a very long preface to my workflow, right? And now we get to the workflow, the process. The process is born out of the information you collect, right? So when you're collecting ideas, collecting information, there is one thing that no matter how much information you can collect, the ideas, you like to think that the future is absolutely 100% deterministic, because somehow in your human brain, you think that collecting and becoming somewhat closer to omniscience allow you to somehow emergently and sufficiently calculate all the learning potential you can have by doing the thing. Maybe one day, you know, with the super intelligence, with algorithms or something like that. Maybe. Not right now, though. It doesn't exist right now. At least, I don't think it does. For myself, it most definitely does not exist. Because as I was doing this, regardless of how much conceptual understanding that I have in collecting ideas, I barely executed 30% of it. And it still feels great, because 30% of it, in my opinion, is 30% of a year's worth of collecting information. I'm not entirely sure how much information other people collect. I like to bet that a vast majority of kids or people younger than me these days actually are exposed to 3 to 4 times more information than I do, and I can't possibly imagine how crazy it is to think that they cannot come up with an idea these days. Like, oh, you know, I'm bored, I'm not creative enough, I don't have enough ideas. Like, what do you do all day? It is from genuinely a place of concern, largely because with the unprecedented access to information, there's a big asterisk. I know AI slop is accounting for 50, quite, it's growing. I think it's getting close to either 50% or more than 50% of the, you know, the material that is being generated that people see are AI generated, right? So besides that, that's still an extraordinary amount of information. Like, the hours that I spend trying to memorize or trying to write a mnemonic for a kanji or hanzi, someone has blasted by like 3 to 4 hours of short form information. The thing is, it's not actively collecting information, and then that actively collected information, when it's collected, it's not actualized, so it's rarely ever remembered or understood, right? You doom scroll for 2 hours. If you're like me, I do doom scroll too. Here's my guilty pleasure. When I don't have a topic to talk about during a stream, like when I'm doing a prompt and stuff, and I need to talk to myself or share something that's relevant, I actually doom scroll for 30 minutes before the stream to try to rapidly collect an idea. So you just swipe, see something interesting, develop an idea around it, and then go get ready for stream, right? That's what I do to pivot topics or current topics. And it's no longer doom scrolling, because I'm actively going to it to look for an idea to talk about. I'm not going for it to give me ideas to talk about or to entertain my time. That's when passive happens. So you can spend 2 or 3 hours not even collecting ideas. Now, when you are actually collecting information, collecting ideas, that's super satisfying, because in my opinion, it's contrast to not collecting anything at all or finding any reward at all. So I totally empathize with individuals who think that collecting ideas and information is very satisfying, if the alternative is to not collect any ideas or information at all, or be interested in anything in general, or indifferent. with the exception of being entertained, right? That's fair. Now, I like to encourage those individuals when they do to actualize the information, because then the information is yours. Like, it becomes not the like the literal static information, but that information gets transformed into something you have. You have morphed and transformed and imbued value into that information. And Inktober is one of those things. It's not that someone else can draw this picture for you and can draw this picture better than you. Is that you drew this picture and you can explain why you drew this picture despite having all the information and examples and references that you've collected, right? Those stay collected. They are rarely ever a product of something that you understand, in my opinion. You conceptually have information on that, right? And that's great. So that's what concept is. Step 1 is concept. That's as far as it goes. So now step 2 is the actual work, which is very quick. These are we're just gonna rattle it off, right? So step 2, after 31 days of sticking to a very clear concept, I was able to basically write out what I do most of the time. So I start with, since I've already conceptualized the background, I don't really start with the background too often. It's kind of a 50-50. If the background is the focal point, then I start with the background. If the subject is the focal point. So for step 1, I sketch the focal point. And most of the time it's sketching the red panda in whatever position or pose or, you know, its location, basically. And I already talked about this, but I do a combination of things. I do wiggling directionally. I think that's the most consistent thing I do. And then short strokes. Short stroke stroke placement. And most of these are preserved. I would say approximately 90% of the wiggling directionally short stroke placement, 90% of it's preserved. Generally, it would have to be either my hand isn't cooperating with, like, I can't seem to get my hand to make a motion. Sometimes my hand does not cooperate. Like, the left-right motion is very tough. So that's when I undo things, when I have a mechanical failure in my hand. Other than that, it's wiggling directionally and then short stroke placement. So basically, if I need to get from point A to point B, and I imagine something in between, I would wiggle my way to it. Right? And then if it's a really long distance, sometimes I would short stroke placement towards it. And this is, in my opinion, something that lots of people say, don't do this, do that, your line art will never improve. That's fair enough. I'm not here to give a tutorial on how to become a better artist or something like that. I'm telling you what I do. So it's either you wiggle or you do that, right? And then after that we liquefy. So liquefying to me works only after you have connected. You liquefy, like, you liquefy the basic form. So for example, if I had a circle, right, that means you would have to get from this point and then get back to this point. So you can wiggle your way, right? Then you form the circle, right? And this is a basic form. So basic form has to be enclosed, like an enclosed space. So during my sketch, I must complete a form, and then I liquefy the form. However I get to it. Either I use short stroke placement like this, or I wiggle from point A to point B. That's all I'm thinking. In my head, I'm like, okay, right, this is a shoulder, this is a shoulder. I gotta get to that shoulder. But there's a lot of things in between these shoulders. This is kind of an extreme case. Let's say this is one ear, this is the other ear. So I have to wiggle my way to at least getting the 2 ears. And then I need to complete this form. I can't liquefy yet. I need to liquefy when I completed a form, right? So I need to finish the rest of the head. So I need to get to the other ear, but in between the other ear, there's some whiskers, a chin, and a whisker, and then now I have a form. So that looks like a form. Then I liquefy and plus flip. So I liquefy and flip, and just to see, and I rely on my senses then. This part, I feel, is one of the intrinsic rewards. One of the intrinsic rewards is when you liquid and flip, and then it just, when you adjust, it falls into place. I think to me, one of the so this is where I would interject a personal opinion, which is in blue. This is one of the top rewarding steps. When you scribble, wiggle your way, or short stroke your way to a form, and then you liquefy and you flip and liquefy and flip, however to your heart's content. And when you're adjusting it, it feels like it falls into place. It locks into your memory, right? It locks and matches up with what you're looking at. It's one of the top range. And the reason why this is rewarding, in my opinion, is that this is what happens when you're on a journey, not a destination. You have, the reward is coming from how the adjustment is made to get to the destination. So you have an image in your head. The liquefying and the flipping shows that happening as you're adjusting it. So things are slowly coming into focus. And I would say this also helps a lot, quite a bit, intentionally from me, by using this type of wiggle and short strokes. You know, I'm not saying others will find this, but for me, this creates noise and flexibility in a constrained way. Constraint and directional way. So what happens is it's no longer random. It's not random squiggling. It's not random short stroking. It's all the areas. So this, like this amplitude, right here, and then these distances here, that's the amount of tolerance for you to find a line, find in agreement. So when you're liquefying, in my opinion, if you have one line, right? I understand a lot of people, they liquefy after they do their prompts, like all the stuff. I can liquefy my lines because there's a lot of it. There's a lot of noise. There's a lot of range in it. Oftentimes, liquefy is a lot more appreciable when you fill in. Like after you render most of your piece, like a good amount of your piece, like maybe add the base color. when you add the base color and then you liquefy, you can kind of see the solid form. You can do that with an earlier sketch as well. If you do a single line, like a perfect line sketch, you know, you're already past this point, in my opinion. Like, however, if you're a person who doesn't like sketching and you're trying to confine yourself to a single lines, right? Perfect single lines. I don't think, in my opinion, liquefy does anything. Unless it's a lot of lines, right? In my opinion. So oftentimes liquefy works if you're cross-hatching or you're drawing a lot of parallel lines and it has that form. It helps you like lock it into place. So to me, yeah, if you like wiggle around in your sketch, like draw over your sketch like 4 times. Like draw the face once, then like dim it back, draw it again with that bin, draw it again, and then liquefy that. Because now you have a lot of noise where you can kind of see where the line is. You're like, you know, let's say I will demonstrate here. Yeah, point A and point B, and I don't know, you want to draw some grass, right? So that's my wiggle line. So you can wiggle in different ways. You can wiggle with short, or you can wiggle with straight edges or sharp corners and whatnot, and then you can go over it again, and then again, and again, and then when you liquefy this, you're seeing a mass. Like, you can kind of picture what your grass is going to look like, even when it's, and I'm not even talking about objects or cookie jars, things that you already have concepts of. I'm talking about random grass, right? So what happens is you can, like, unfortunately I can't do it here, like say you transparent it a little, right? I'm just going to use a soft eraser to transparent it, otherwise I'm going to lose everything. So then you lower down the opacity, and you can already see the ideal grass, and you can also use liquefy on this to find your ideal grass if it's not in proportion. So, you know, an ideal grass would be something like, right? And then you just take it. It looks fine. Like, that's good enough. We're moving along. And that's what I've done in the beginning. This actually this used to be like one of the ones where it takes hours. Like, you're just sketching and like, oh, you're adjusting this. I used to, the coloring, the rendering part, right? Like with the colors and adding details and stuff, that would take up like 10% of my time in the previous years. Because sketching would take a very long time. It would legitimately take a very long time. So this is what I settled on. I wiggle around and I don't even worry about it. It's just wiggle, like, okay, well, whatever it is, it's roughly this shape. I have to get from point A to point B. What's my next point? That's my next point. That's my next point. I literally, one of these, this one right here, this piece right here with a skeleton, I don't know any human anatomy. I looked at a skeleton in a shape, right? And what I did was I drew boxes. And I know everyone has their favorite tutorial, like, oh, the Loomis form of the head and stuff. I drew boxes because I simply connected dots. So like a bone was this. That's it. So that's my bone. So the most concise way I can draw a bone is this box. And then to create more noise, I'm like, okay, so it's kind of like this. All right, I'm gonna wiggle here a little bit. Okay, this is kind of straight. I'm gonna wiggle here and I'm gonna wiggle here a little bit. All right, so now I have somewhat of a bone. And then I continue to do that and I liquefy that. That's how I get bones. So that skeleton in the back was the process of doing that in a bit more refined way. So this would be the sketch, right? Step 1, the focal point, starting with the the focal point and the sketch. Did I miss anything? No, that's it. That's the sketch. And then for the non-focal point, right? We still have non-focal point. The non-focal point is often the background. What I would typically do is I would split the sketch. I'll split it into foreground. This is pretty much because the background is the thing. So I would do a foreground element. And then I would do the same position, the mid, whatever the person's sitting in, and I would do a background. And typically my background would have at least 2 elements. So that would be something like, we have our box, foreground, grass, hooray, grass is in the foreground. Then midground, all right, smaller grass. That's midground where the subject is, right? We've already done our focal point. And then background, 2 elements. So 1 element is bushes. And then another element, the sky. And sometimes if I get lucky, I'll add a tree. Right? So those are the 4 elements. And I deconstruct indoors and stuff into that for the time being. So what happens then is it looks fine. This looks fine. We can start and render this, right? That's good enough for non-focal things. And other objects are very similar, like a cookie jar, or like the stand. There was like this bamboo stand right here, this bamboo stand. Whatever I did with it, it was gonna be fine as long as the center person is good to go, right? So if you scrutinize all the bamboo sticks and stuff, it's a fraction of the effort in the center. so that's how you do non-focal point, or that's how I do non-focal point. So that's the sketch phase, and I think the sketch phase, it takes up properly, in my opinion now, 20%. I'm gonna say 30%. It's about in thirds. So 30% of the time is just sketching. So 1 hour, right? And this would equate to roughly 1 hour. And then now we have to move on to step 2. So let's go and bring in another canvas there. I love going over this stuff. It helps me internalize what I've done, right? So now we go on to step 2. Again, this is very reductive. I find that most type of self-reflection, summaries, conclusions are inherently reductive because you're trying to generalize and truncate all the time you have. If you really want a non-reductive explainer of what I've done, you have to watch all of that, right? Because that's literally what I've done. So I'm obviously, even for my own sanity, I wouldn't go and rewatch everything again. So step 2 is when we start rendering, right? And I think this art is very adherent to a vast majority of people. Step 2 is a color block. For the most part, I color block. So large to small. Usually. Sometimes I kind of get caught up, but large to small. You color the biggest thing that you have, and then you fill in the details. So you keep going smaller and smaller until your whole thing is color blocked. So until everything is color blocked, right? And that part is really fun because what you're doing in this step is I typically, I don't even really process it anymore. Sometimes I have to think about it. I would start something right dead set in the middle. So I use a triangle selector, right? I know some people are like, but it's not true for everything. It's like, I understand. Eventually you fill it out. But the first thing I typically do for color block, which is not the final color most of the time, is I choose dead center whatever the wheel lands on. So for me, I use this system. I know other people have their favorite systems, like, oh, only sliders, use only sliders, etc. Or use the square method. You know, there are other displays like this, where up here is white, right? And then down here is black, and you could even be crazy and do your hex stuff, and then your sliders are down here. There are other things, but I used what Krita was available. So this is what the default is. And in the middle is the middle of everything. So along this wheel is the quote unquote, I'm going to call it the hue. So whenever I think about something like a red panda, I'm like, it's orange. I swap this to the orange section. And right in the middle, I would start right in the middle. Just color block it with whatever's in the middle. Other people just color block it with gray. That's fine too. I mean, gray is right here. The moment you desaturate all of your hue, you get gray. It's right here. In this point. In Krita anyways. Right here. This here, this over here is gray. So I'm right in the center. Dead center. The reason why I chose dead center is I keep telling myself I need to figure out what colors I wanted to use, but I can always go lighter this way. I can always go darker this way, or technically it's like darker this way and lighter this way. And I can always go more saturated this way or less saturated this way. So no matter what, center, and sometimes I shortcut, right? If I've done something enough where I know where the final color is going to be, I slightly scoot from the center. And that's all that's what I do to keep track of time. So if it's orange, right in the center, it's like, I want a slightly lighter orange. Then I go towards it. And that's how I interpret things, right? First, I tell myself what color I'm looking for. I select the hue. And then I go to the center. And I'm like, do I want lighter going down? Or darker going up? Or more saturated going right? Or less saturated going left? That's it. Really, really fast. I actually did a color palette a couple times on the right. And that's it for color block. And then I learned to finally do it. I haven't done this in any years prior. It was such a pain, but I can appreciate it now. So one of the joys outside of Liquify is an absolute joy when it comes to digital art. Another part of digital art is clipping. Clipping or masking, any version of that, right? Gonna be honest, I didn't know how to do that. Like alpha locking, right? Like clipping, masking. So I did that this year. And sure enough, in the color blocking section, I color block based on my sketch. So whenever I did the sketch, right, you had the focal point. And then you had the non-focal point. And oftentimes there can be up to 2 focal points, subjects. And those subjects will be sketched on separate layers. So individual layers. right? And then the non-focal point I already mentioned had foreground, right? Foreground, midground. It doesn't matter if it's chicken scratch. The whole point is you're liquefying and you're doing, I'm doing the wiggling thing, right? And then background. And they would all be separate sketches. Even if it takes like 5 seconds, they would be all separate sketches. And what happens now is every single color block will be a clip, will serve as a clipping block underneath every single one of these. So each one has a separate color block. So it's like it's routine. It's no, you don't think about it. Sketch right underneath, color block it, because the next thing you're gonna do is you're gonna form a clipping for the next step, right? So every single sketch is partitioned. Therefore, I don't. This is kind of a sad kind of an excuse, so I'm gonna write in blue. The reason why I do this is then I don't label things. That's not to say that I won't label in the future, but I don't label things. What happens is you have the organization is top is the closest thing, right? And the bottom is the farthest thing. And then everything separates from that. So when we have top, I click on the top thing, and right below it is the block. So I always work from top to bottom in priority, right? Top to bottom. Sorry, the arrow is missing. Top to bottom, and I insert each step. So the top layer, foreground, will have a color block underneath. Then right below it, if I'm only at the color block, then there are pairs, right? There will be pairs. At this stage, there will be pairs. Every single layer stacked from top to bottom has a color block underneath it. So the sketch, color block, sketch, color block at this stage. And then the next stage will be in triplets. The top will have a color block, will have a sketch, a color block, and the third stage is the third step. So step 3 is what should I call this? I'm gonna call it shading. Just step 3 is shading. Oh no, actually I have a better word. Step 3 is volume. Now I did cut some corners during Inktober. So typically step 3 is volume, but I've also added texture. Usually I keep them separate. I do volume then texture, but because of brushes, so this is another, in my opinion, let's add this, another digital arts wonder. Digital art, I feel practical art does the same thing, like traditional art, digital art, but texture, brushes. The brushes is why I can do volume and texture at the same time. And then, you know, clipping is another, we gotta highlight all the marvels, the digital art, right? Perks. Now, you might be thinking, well, isn't that a crutch? Well, traditional art, you can use tape. Like, when I think of how I did the border and stuff, I would plan ahead and use tape. And like, I can cut out shapes and put them down, and so and brushes are very similar. I can crumple up paper or take a cotton swab and rub it around. Those are the things I would do. And because I think I would do that, I also treat the digital art very similarly. So now I do volume and texture on the same step. Usually I go back over it with texture and figure out the texture. So because I've used enough brushes, I know which brushes, which, like, I guess you can call all these brushes, which brushes I would use to get the texture that I kind of want. And I look forward to experimenting with new things. I feel like if I was a traditional artist, I would have a garage filled with random stuff. I would go to a thrift store, I would pick up like marbles and, I don't know, a scraper, an old spatula or something, and I would see what kind of texture I would get by using paint on them, right? That to me is what digital art does without the mess, right? Without the mess. And then you can undo and all that, right? Wait, the default stuff. So volume and texture. And this is where it's kind of a mixed bag. I'm what I would typically do then is I would find all my edges. So all my edges, regardless of how round it is, honestly, like all my edges. So I would assume all edges are hard. That's it. I take wherever I take the wherever edge I think, and I would make all of them hard edges immediately. So the hard edges, what would they have? They would have they would be light on one side and dark on the other. So like sphere, we'll use a sphere, right? Or I'll use a wiggle sphere. So we wiggle the sphere. A wiggled circle looks, in my opinion, personally, to my mind's eye, a wiggled circle looks better than attempting to do this. Like, I'm gonna try to draw the same circle. To me, I mean that's a pretty good circle, I suppose. But I'm warmed up. I can't tell you how terrible my circles are when I didn't already spend 4 or 5 hours in the day drawing, right? So it would look very, maybe I can give you an impression of it. Maybe something like this. This would be my circle, right? The chances, the odds of me when I start sketching, which is the first thing I do, right? A lot of people start with sketching. Some people actually start with background, where what I mean is they would like splash something or get warmed up, right? And I feel a vast majority of people would start sketching first. So to me, this is far more reliable. So I ditched the, oh no, I can't hold my hand steady. I mean, you can still draw pretty decent, but this is me embracing the wiggle. You can see that the circle is still there. The thing is, it might not be pleasing to you, in my opinion. If you're constantly looking at perfect circles, this is not pleasing. Right? If your image is a perfect circle, like, I don't know, if your image in your brain is this, then yes, no matter what you're going to draw, in my opinion, no matter what you're going to draw the first time when you're sketching, it's not going to look like that. Not yet, anyways. To me, this is more aesthetically pleasing, and this is perfectly suitable. These are more aesthetically pleasing than this circle. Like, I genuinely do not... It doesn't end up looking like the circle. It ends up looking less like the circle. I actually use the circle tool, like, to do this, and then it becomes something else. It legitimately doesn't stay like this. So that's kind of a side thing for the opinion stuff, right? So when you get this, like, it's a sphere, so you need to create volume, right? Volume, the step 3 for volume is to create like dimension. Right? We're basically adding dimension to this stuff. Not necessarily giving it a 3D look, like a hyper realistic look. It's more like giving it dimension in the sense that it gives it weight and form. It's adding to form. I do not do these things to make it so that it's realistic. Honestly, I don't add volume and texture because it's realistic. I add it because it's aesthetically pleasing. Right. I don't think these the stuff that I made are any, it's not really that 3D. Like, it kind of looks like 3D, but it's like 2.5D most of the time. Most of my pieces are 2.5D, so I'm not shading because of hyperrealism. So for the edges, it'd be like, okay, well, it's a sphere, and I use directional lighting all the time. I just practice directional lighting. When there's saturated lighting, to me, it means you do all soft edges, right? If you do a lot of soft edging, that's kind of a weird way to put it. But if you focus on soft edges, you can get the soft lighting. Edges, hard lighting, is when it's kind of fun because you can soften them whenever you choose. So, and directional lighting creates hard edges. So typically, then, the first thing I assume for my edges is that I assume directional lighting. Now, some people would say, in my opinion, I've heard, no, you do the lighting as a whole. I actually do the, I add on additional lighting later on. So, like for this, it's a sphere, so the lighting is coming from this direction, right? So that means that this side is going to be lighter, so the hard edge is here. That's it. That's the hard edge. So I would take a texture brush, whatever texture brush I'm going to pick. Let's use this any texture brush. So a texture brush that can cover most of the space, because I don't want to sit there putting single lines. And alternatively, you can color it in, but let's just use this noise. I like this noise texture. So this is the directional lighting. So that means that whatever my color is, I step down. The bottom slider is the light and more saturated. So here, this slider, I know this is going to be a weird thing, but oftentimes when I go darker, I tend to go towards the saturation, as opposed to going lighter and then going grayer, like darker, adding more grays. So I typically go between, for this stuff, I would slide, it's become automatic. I would slide between, whoops. I would slide between darker by adding saturation. And then lighter by adding white. That's what I do most of the time. There's no rhyme or reason other than I like the way it looks. So this would be, I would step halfway. It's usually half steps. And I would step in quarters. So if I'm too lazy and I only need 2 hard edges, I would step 50%. Whatever it is. It would give me room to go down and room to go up, right? And that's how I go about it. So this side's the light side, so I would do this. Oh yeah, there should be a color block. We missed the color block, but so the color block would be, we're up to this step, right? Oh, it would be great if I did this before. So here's the color block, right? So we color blocked, and then we already saw the hard edge. So then I would take, we already know where the hard edge is. It doesn't even have to be perfect. Then I would step down, right? That creates our hard edge. And that's what I do. I first create the edge. It's a little bit more now where I want to skip a step. So what I do is I imagine a middle edge, like a middle ground. So that's it. The hard edge is the plain part that doesn't have any texture yet. Right? And what you do is you fill it in with the half steps in between. And then that's it. You do that for everything. So you imagine any spot where there's a transition from light to dark, create a hard edge, and then you can soften it out whenever you choose to do so. Right? And you do that for the entire thing. The background, same deal. Sometimes you can even generalize. And to me, as long as you stay within your wiggle lines, your wiggly lines that got liquefied, the next step then is the touch-up. So the touch-up is my step 4. So this is where I do line art. This is what I call the line art stage. Like, sketching is not the line art stage. Step 4, oh, is it step 4? Yeah, step 4 is the line art stage. So, the first thing I do is outline the focal point, which is your subject. And usually I use black, just straight black, 100%. During any other stage, I do not use 100% black. So every other stage, never full saturation or full black. So it's reserved for line art. So line art, I use black and white. The other saturation thing is a different thing too. So I don't use, so not full black or white. This is where the line art comes in. So I basically outline my focal point with a specific weight, so heavy weights. And then for non-focal point, mid weight. And then for distance detail, like even less than that, so like minor details. Low weight. And that's the tier for that. So to illustrate, right, we're gonna keep using this circle thing, and I can do it over and over again to demonstrate the routine. So, right, we do our circle. Then we do our color block. Usually the sketch is used a different thing. Our color block. Right. Then we use our edge. And then we take black. Oh, black is not a great idea on this background. We'll take white. Right, just as a demonstration. And then we would outline it with the heaviest weight, because this is the focal point. So now your focal point has the highest weight. Maybe I can move this. Hold up. I think it would be... We'll take this, you know, we'll move it slightly to the left in this background so we can use this. Oh, this is fun. I love this. I think we're gonna do this in the future. See how my see how it changes over time. So now we take our black, right? Our black, and this is our focal item, so it's a circle. So I typically try to look at what I painted, not my sketch lines, because those sketch lines are going to go away. The sketch lines are going to disappear. So now I have a circle, and now it's encased, and it's focused. So everything looks like your eyes are drawn to this, right? That's kind of where the subject, like this subject, it's directed towards this onion, that type of thing, right? But then there's midtones. So midtones are non-focal points. So what's a non-focal point for this thing? You could say details. So a non-focal point would be how round it is. So these are mid, or actually, yeah, these are mid weights. This is showing you that, or maybe we can do it a little bit better and do it like this way. So that's just showing you like it's round. Right, so that would be a line art thing where, okay, what if your shading is not enough? Well, you stack on top. Now you know that the dark regions are the dark regions and the white regions are the white regions, and it complements those white regions. But you also show the curve, the shape, the overall shape, but they are smaller in density so that they don't, you know, if you do it with huge lines like this, now it's a distraction. now it looks like there's no stacking of emphasis. So typically this. And then really fine details would be even less so than that. Like you could do something like, right? Now what happens is the ball is kind of, I don't know, damaged, or it has some kind of wrinkle. It's kind of limiting. A sphere is kind of limiting, but those are the 3 tiers of line art. And that's what I use throughout. Like, it's so automatic. It's really fast. It's brisk. There's a little bit more to line art. There's also, it's about the curvature. It's this curvature. So say like, right, you're trying to draw a brush, right? So most of the details then would use this similar thing. So if I were to do this over again, when I'm doing line art, it would be to right? This captures the essence of smaller objects within the object. So this to me is what I refer to as like line texture. So I would do both at the same time. I would do line art, but in the same way that volume is being done, I would do texture. So it's a second layer of texture. This is the manual texture. Any form of manual texture. So like for the guy, it would be, you know, there's you kind of have a sketch line like this, right? I do sketch lines. I wiggle in different ways, so you can like wiggle in this way. You can wiggle in this way, right? You can even wiggle hard, wiggle soft. So all of these things give me an idea of what I'm looking for. So this, if it's wiggled in medium, then I could do this, right? And then if I'm wiggling sharp, I can do something like this. Which is what I do for the fur. The outline of the fur. And then if it's really hard, then I could try to... Right. And then wiggling really small, I can... Right. So that's kind of what we do for line art, and it's all over the place. If you if one looks, it takes pretty much, actually, did I talk about how much time these things? So color blocking is so fast. It's really fast. So we're combining all these. The sketching part takes about 30% of the time. We're talking about the next 30%, right? So this is the 30%. So all three of these steps will take up another 30% of the time, right? So that's about an hour's time. And then we go to the, actually, yeah, maybe this might take a little longer. I'm gonna say it can get up to like 50% of the time. Whoops. So like 90 minutes, right? An hour or 60 minutes, 60 to 90 minutes, right? So now I only have roughly 30 minutes left over, and 30 minutes left over is the last phase, with the last step, which is I do lighting. I lighting at the end, and step 6, which is lighting. Of course, I already conceptualized where the lighting is coming from, right? Directional. It's directional lighting. So technically, I've already done lighting because of volume texture, and even my line art is lighting because I only use light strokes, white strokes on the light parts and dark strokes on the dark parts. That's pretty much it. So I've already determined where my directional lighting is, but this time for lighting, I typically now try to add some softness to it. The global lighting, I guess you could kind of think of it as global lighting. Global lighting softens everything, so it actually affects the line art. How much I use, so the lighting is often a spray, and it goes on top. It's on top of everything. So what then it does is it softens where the light covers an object. So I don't preserve the line art. Like, so if you want the character to be part of the scene, a lot of times I put a global lighting, so that it connects everything together. And the global lighting involves picking a color. It's usually not white. It's often yellow-ish. Yellow. Rarely it's blue. Rarely blue. And then we also have black. It's usually more like gray, Well, it's usually like black in different degrees, and that's for like the shadowing, right? So shadowing, occlusion, so most of the lighting is to bring the people together, bring all the objects together. So usually yellow is like sunshine, sun, and then blue is moon. And then I have black in places. So wherever there's a contact shadow or a contact, I would run over it again with shadow. And it would mess with the line art. So the outer lining would get either faded or obscured so that it softens those edges on the outside. But the middle, the interior, like most of the interior of the subject stays sharp and focal. So the lighting then creates this, like, I don't know what you call it, but kind of like a fading effect. It's kind of like faded into the stuff a bit. So then you have a contrast. At least that's how I go about it. It's kind of nice. And in this step, it's also one last step, or last one, which is this is my experiment step. And that is to pick a random brush, not really a brush. Add finer details. Whatever comes to mind. And usually it involves technically it also involves adding the border, right? Because I didn't get a chance to add details to the trading card things, so add a border, choose a character. All that involves adding the finer details. So all of this is actually, even the lighting part is optional. At this point I have already done all the shading and stuff. The lighting is to add that. This is what I call the charm stage, right? This here, to me, is where you feel, right? This is your feelings section. So you add all the charm. Make it dramatic if you want. That's what global illumination does. Make it really poppy by adding, like, I don't know, screen tones or something. Dabble some screen tones. Add a brush somewhere, you know, texture more. Stencil something. The reason why I feel like the feeling charm thing is, it to me, when all of this is like, if I'm already at this stage, the rest is charm, because this captures pretty much, this allows you, in my opinion, or allows me to experiment. Anything I do in this stage is like, well, it's gonna make it charming, but it's not good. It didn't do most of the work. Most of the work is already in this, and that's the workflow. It's pretty quick, actually. All of this is within 3 hours, right? So this would be the last, I'm gonna say, hour 30 minutes to 1 hour. And that's what I did for the last couple ones. Actually, pretty much the bottom row of ones are incredibly satisfying. The last 8 days, even the last 9 days, because the fireworks one was a bit of a yikes. But from here all the way to the last days, it was like clockwork. You do all these things, it's cool, and then the swifter and quicker how I can do more tasks in one way, like use one brush, move in a certain way to accomplish more tasks at once, was the goal. and then it leaves me the most room to experiment. And when I experiment, that's the quote-unquote final touches, right? Most of the stuff is the final touches. So whenever I get enough time to put the final touches, the thing, in my opinion, the thing that catches my eye, or I don't poll people, I'm not that popular, and I doubt people even think this stuff is even interesting, but the thing that I want people to see are the charm parts. So step 6 and 7, right? That's what I want people to grasp, at least my attempt to. So like this puzzle thing, what is the most exciting part of this puzzle thing? The actual puzzle pieces. The actual puzzle pieces were the last step. It wasn't the first step. Actually, most of the time, the red panda is the first step. It's not the last step. Like for this one, what's the last step? It was the glowing thing in the skeleton. That was the last step. And then what was this step? It was the drool on the character and the light that's beaming at it, right? Last step was the door light that was highlighting the cookie jar and then trying to paint a soft light onto the otherwise very sad panda, right? And this one was the texture and lighting on the jade statue, on the jade trophy. This one was actually the background, not the pin, or actually a part of the pin. Just the glow, the rim reflection on the pin is the thing I want to carry the most weight. And then the rest is the background, actually. How the background highlights the pin. It makes the pin look a little bit round. That's those are the things that I hope, in my opinion, to carry the point. Not necessarily drawing the same character all the time or that type of thing. Like what was like this? One of the last steps is drawing those. Actually, the very last step was drawing those lines in the middle of his forehead for fear. That's it. Those are my favorite parts. This one, this snow one, the snow is the last part. Just putting it took like 5 seconds. The actual thing, but I did try a couple times. So it was the snow that was the last point. And this one, the trees, all the little trees around the border, were the last things. They were very satisfying. Like they were supposed to be like bonsai, a little bit like bonsai, right? Such a great way to summarize how satisfying it is. It's gleeful, very gleeful. These last ones, most definitely, I can tell you which ones they are, right? This was the jade texture, which I basically used a particle brush. This is the cookie jar lighting, the drool, the glowing, the onion. I kind of messed up a little here. I was gonna draw even deeper, like funk, random curly lines to show that it's like very stinky, right? And I didn't quite nail it because I kind of jostled some stuff, and that would have taken like 15 seconds, and that would be like the highlight part. And the puzzle, the puzzle effect was really fun to do, and it kind of took a while actually. That one took like 15 minutes to do. This one, it's obviously the sunlight. And oh yeah, and the texture on the drum. It's actually not visible right now because it's too shrunk. The texture on the drum was one of the last things I did to the line art. And then this is of course the firefly, which is to put the yellow dots in strategic areas and then hit it with a glow. I actually find like this one's I really quite enjoy. This embodies my, I don't know, my personality most of the time. I'm usually either between this or this or this. Anyways, that's the workflow. I know there's not a lot of detail in it because it's reductive, but I kept it to 2 hours. Now we got to talk about other things. Some hot things, right? Look at this sphere. It's awesome. Oh, you know what? I can demonstrate one thing. Let's do like it works for me anyways. So I'm gonna use a sketch, right? We're gonna use this bright background right here to do things. Actually, we can just plot on a bunch of white. So this is our canvas, right? We have our canvas. So the first thing I have to do is I have to sketch, right? So I'll do it in black lines. And you would multiply this over time. So let's draw a fire or something. So fire. It kind of looks like this, right? This is fire. So that's my sketch. And then I would liquefy it, but I think that's okay. I chose fire for a reason. You can wiggle around even more, like go around it again if you want it. Right, like let's make this a little sharper. Right? And then then you would liquefy it. If you want to shape it around to see if you can get this looks like bananas and a hand with sausage fingers. Like you can't tell it's fire at the moment. So now we have to establish hard edges, and I've already kind of established hard edges with my sketch actually. So the hard edge is like this thing in the middle. So then we're gonna take color red. We're gonna put it like here. We're gonna put it right in the middle. Actually, redder. Let's go redder. Maybe like something. Okay. Or we'll just use this. Now we color block. Wait, what's happening? Is it? Oh, wait. What the heck? Okay. So like we color block, right? Oh, okay. It's fine. So we just color block the whole thing. We'll just look at the things, right? All right. Color block. And then I still remember where the hard edges are. So then we take our whatever, just take a noise thing, and the hard edge would be okay. And then we need our light edge, or the light side of things, right? Okay. So now that's our hard edge, right? It forms our hard edge. Sometimes you can soften it up, but that's fine. So we provided texture and volume at the same time. You can probably do even more than that and say like, okay, let's step up even further, and this is very bright. And then you can step the other direction and say this is very right. Then you do your line art. So I saved black. Oops. I just take a G pen for this. And I kind of have like my sketch has like a waviness to it. So we're gonna do like this, right? And then there's a middle section. which is the mid-weight. And then I added something down here too, so we're gonna add a little bit more. Even less emphasis, right? Right, so we have fire. And then we need to sell the fire. So next is, what step did I say? We're doing line art. We did the bulk. We could do highlights and the line art stuff. So this part is usually a lot darker. So I'm gonna do something like, and then the lighter part, we're gonna highlight like this. To kind of like capture the lighter part and then the darker part, right? So we finish our line art. Now we add the charm. Like what type of charm can we add to this piece? Probably some glow. And oftentimes an orange is pretty good. Usually there'd be separate parts. Like for example, global illumination. We can make this part darker. Which could accent the edge. And these would be on separate layers, so you would have clipping already. Clipping would be already available for these. But instead, I'm just gonna do it across like this. Right. And then there's accent. And then we can do like a really fiery glow or something. Which should typically be below it. And then it would be like white here. And we have some, I don't know, interesting looking explosion fire thing, right? And that's it. Obviously, I didn't choose my colors very well, but it's interesting to look at. What you could do is, okay, then you can convert this. So I did really low tier stuff, right? Like this is really high, heavy, but I could do low tier thing. So you could do something like this. Wait, I think it's better if we do. There. Now is basically a wizard with a gigantic fire aura. So we're good to go. That's a piece. We're done. Maybe we can add a little bit of... maybe we can ground the wizard. So we can add a little bit of red highlights here. Right, we wanna ground the wizard. There we go. It's a wizard. It's a wizard with a gigantic fire aura. It's extreme, it's bold, it's interesting, and you can have it focus on the thing in the back or the guy here. Piece of cake. Not really a piece of cake, but I didn't know what I was gonna draw, by the way. I knew that as long as I do those steps for me, as long as I put something together, I can turn it into a piece, right? And it just happens, the amount of color and the things that I did makes me want to think of someone like releasing aura going backwards. So this person, I could make it look like they're coming towards you or something, so it kind of looks like he's like walking towards you, so everything is like blowing backwards. And then you can add some smoke or something, you know. You can add a little bit of trails, maybe do this, and then you can add a bit of smoke on the backside of things, which would require like something like this, right? And then you do the same thing, you add more, right? So now it has smoke trails. And then what this smoke trail does is it creates direction. It's that person is walking towards you. So you create smoke trails, throw in some things, and then you fill them in, right? You fill them in. And then if you're really, really crazy, maybe you're gonna just throw in some storm clouds. Let's go throw in some storm clouds. Right? And then you can add some electricity. Whoops, I hit the wrong button. Right? And if you're really crazy, maybe you can, so the wizard is like waterproof or something, then you can do some rain going across. And rain should have a different color just so that it can be identified. Right? And this is like looming dark clouds. Maybe we should color in gray. There we go. Now we have an epic wizard guy who I was trying to draw a cape, but it kind of looks like a tail. With a staff, with a fire aura, bellowing smoke to the back during a storm shower with lightning coming down, and that would be one of the pieces. And you would do the same. Since these, you can get away with these because these are non-focal points. The focus is here. So all this other stuff can be done even looser. You can do less, like the steps that I went through, I would eliminate some of the steps, like less time on step 6, 7, 4. I don't need to do 3. Maybe I'll just do 2, that type of thing. As long as your focal point is right here, in my opinion. Your focal point is here. So everything has to guide here. In fact, I'd probably make the electricity somewhat bend towards the character, so everything would be focusing on this one point. And that's what I learned. At least that's what I learned this year. I don't know if this will make me better at drawing details. Like, obviously, I didn't draw any details here. This is a blotch. It's a silhouette of a person. It's not even a silhouette of a person. I was at first gonna draw a red panda, but I didn't. So you fill this all in, and you look great. It looks messy, but organized. Chaotic order. You know, you have order to your chaos. This kind of reminds me of a piece that I did a while back. Anyways. Now, I was going to entertain some other ideas in the next hour or two. So we'll do the next hour or two. So, and that's archetypes. I already add my personal spin, so we have archetypes left, right? This is kind of a bit controversial. So we're going to, instead of using my personal anecdotes and facts and my personal anecdotes are very safe. The middle part is when there's a lot of disagreement. And what color did I use? I think I used green. So let's use green. Yeah, archetypes. So over the years, archetypes. So we're talking about idiosyncrasies. Over the years, so now it's been 5 years as I started with art, and over those 5 years I've bumped into a couple people, right? And this extends to hobbyists. I think that's the people that I'm referring to, hobbyists. And when it comes to art, I don't think it substantially changes from my experience. And this comes to the whole point of narcissism. Maybe narcissistic or self, right? Self-centered, not self-centered as in selfish, sort of speaking, a self-centered view versus an empathetic view, or outwardly, right? And I feel like this paves a lot of my streaming experience, quote unquote streaming experience. And you get two of these. And I feel like art has a way of communicating that, right? So oftentimes when it comes to the two archetypes, so we have narcissistic on one end and empathetic on another end. And again, this is archetypical stuff. So it's a generalization. They're more than significantly noteworthy. However, they are not rules. They are not prescriptions or any personal person that I'm describing. I feel like whenever I'm doing art, this is the stuff that interests me. I want to get to know the person. I love that. That's the main goal of streaming and being expressive and communicating. The idea is to gather information about other people, other human beings. Sometimes people use AI models to talk between me and that person, and that's still fine because it's a person using the AI model, right? So in this case, art, among other things, fall under the vast majority of people that I encounter, like, so personal anecdote, are hobbyists. Or hobbyists that want to turn it into a profession. Right? But largely at the stage that I meet them, they are hobbyists. Because if they are professionals, they wouldn't be talking to me. I have no delusions of grandeur. A professional would rarely be talking to me. This is not professional work, right? Like, I can tell you that this is more likely to be professional work than some other stuff that I've seen, and I'll go into that a little bit, largely because of what professionalism is versus an eccentric, right? So I would say 90%. 90% of people are hobbyists, because the professionals that contact me are the people who are selling me something. Which I do encounter. Actually, it's probably it's like 30% of the time. So I take it back. I forgot a big group. So around 70% of the time I encounter hobbyists during my time, and 30% of the time is a professional selling me something. And I'm not going to talk about the professional that's selling me something, but this is how, to me, I'm going to say these are people who think they are professional artists, but they are not professional businessmen or business person, right? So we're talking about art specifically. And those 30%, to wrap it up very quickly, for those people, the 30% that I meet, they do art and sell art, but they, in my opinion, don't know how to sell, because they are artists, not businessmen. Not business person, right? It's I'll give you a very quick anecdote. Hello. Random DM. Quote unquote random DM. In my perspective. To them, not random. Targeted. So how do they target? How do I know it's not random? What happens is when they DM me, I look at their profile. And what happens is I typically find a mutual server on Discord. This is Discord. Right? A mutual server on Discord. And it would be a mutual Discord that I said nothing. I didn't do anything in that Discord other than be part of that Discord, right? In fact, I'm gonna be very, very direct about this. I'm part of less than 10 Discords, and I only type things in one Discord. Mine. So that's my interaction, right? So I ask the person, it's like, oh, hello, right? I give everyone a chance. Like, I try every single time. I give most people a chance. They either, their chances is because they had an adequate profile in order for me to understand why they just randomly say hello to me, right? Is it the way they meet or something? So they say like, oh, right, we are parts of the same server. I'm like, I see that because Discord, right? Discord. I can imagine most people don't do this. I don't know how many people do this. I do this. When someone randomly contacts me, I want to give them a chance. So I look at everything that they've made available. I look at so this person would have typically a X account, a Twitter, not a Twitter, sorry, an X account, an Insta, a YouTube, and a Twitch account often attached to their profile. So I would look at that and it would be a bunch of art. Right? I'm like, maybe it's different this time. And then the person would ask me things about streaming and ask me about like what do I like to do? And it's interesting because to fast forward, this artist already knows that they are targeting quote unquote a streamer. Otherwise, I could be anybody, right? I could be literally anybody. But the things that they answer are specifically about art provided to a content creator. So the question is, why are you asking questions that you know the answers to? In my opinion, if that works, keep on doing it. I don't know anything about selling art, so if that's the case and it gets you to sell art, awesome. For me personally, if you ask questions of which you're targeting, then you are not practicing business because you don't know your client. Your art is probably fantastic, I suppose. I mean, genuinely, when I look at art, my first question is, can they make something for me? So if they're showing me their art, that's great. They can do really, really fantastic art. The question is, can they do art for me? Right? And that is where I'll transition back to. They're not a business person, so usually I would say, well, thank you. I'm not particularly interested in buying any art right now. I typically don't have any art assets that I would need that brings in any form of business. I don't do business as a content creator. So I'm sorry, hopefully you find something. And they would double down and press against me and say, well, you know, you might like it if you see some artwork. And I'm like, no, that's okay. I understand your profile, but I wanted to inculcate to them that you know nothing about me and somehow you're telling me how to feel about your artwork. That to me is something that I encounter over 30% of the time. And that 30% of the time makes up nearly 100% of my interaction with professional art people. Like, what I mean is, I'm not a popular guy. I don't even have any indicators that I even have money. Like, the people ask me about how I make money, and I tell them I don't make money. I don't make money on pretty much anything I do the last 7 years. I'm not entirely sure what gives you the idea that I can afford anything, right? So there's no indicator. I mean, a person who can't even, in my opinion, 30% of the time, as in 100% of the time, someone who's selling me something, which I deem as a professional, right? I give them the common courtesy that I'll treat them as a professional. They do not have a profile. They do not research or understand their target client. I mean, oftentimes you can use AI and data mining to try to get a semblance of a really fast background review of a person. But the idea of asking someone, and I don't know about what is it about art, but it's often when I'm doing art. When I am actively streaming art is the time when I get the most spam. And not even spam. I actually genuinely think they're trying to make it work. And so they're humans. They're not bots, right? They're not bots. I can absolutely confirm that they are not bots. the disappointing fact is they can barely bother to tell me anything they know about me. Like, as though that's never part of a business transaction. And to me, that's related to the next topic that I'm going into, and also related to what is the difference between a professional and a amateur and a hobbyist. Hobbyist tends to look inwards most of the time, and that is perfectly suitable for that. Whenever that hobbyist wants to transition into a professional, I don't think it's the thing that they're thinking of. Idiosyncratically, what I mean is the normalized standard of becoming a professional is the thing the hobbyist is not, and chooses not to build towards deliberately. And that is related to this, because the other 30%, I think those are the same individuals, or very similar individuals, who sell art because they believe that people want their art. As in, there is no compromise or communication. The client themselves do not contribute anything to the art. It is their art that makes you want to pay them. That is very different. A business transaction is, hey, I make this type of art, and I kind of want more art like this from a different person. And that person would say, hey, I've seen your art. Here's a sketch of my interpretation of your art. If you like that, would you care to buy some art? Like, absolutely. You know something about me. Instead, it's a narcissistic hobbyist who believe that they are a professional. They act like they're a professional, but they treat other people like amateurs. And that is very brutal, I understand, and it's very direct. But I think sometimes when you're approaching the thing, it can help you sell your work. You could go at it differently, right? Instead of saying, hey, do you want emotes? Like, do you need emotes, or do you need background? You could start with something like, let me sell you a story. I've been working on art for 6 years in my life, and I think it's gotten to a point where I can bring and breathe life into other people. I really enjoy my art, and I'm hoping I could sell some art to inspire you for the future. So now you're not trying to predict what your client likes because you don't care, right? So at least I'll know that you don't care about my feelings and care about what I want, and that's made clear. So you're not telling the person like, hey, you're going to like my artwork if you pay for it. Like, of course I'm going to like your artwork if I pay for it. I paid for it. Like, that's another psychological thing. When you buy something, you're more likely to like it because you decided to buy it. So you either choose to buy it or you don't, right? If you don't buy it, then you're not missing out. That's one of the things. To me, that is the vast majority of artists that I meet who are professional. And I, with all due respect, believe they probably do really awesome art. Actually, some of them, amazing art. I don't know why those maybe one out of 100 people do like amazing art, right? I don't know what they could give me. Like, what I mean is, how did you come across me? Like, how do you know that I'm the person? And it's usually because of a random Discord server. And it's not really random. It's more like a Discord server that's very popular. I join dev Discords. So when I play a video game and the dev is still actively developing the game, I would join that Discord for like 6 months. And if the dev decides to move on from that game, I leave the Discord. My Discord stays below 10. It's whatever the active project that I'm working on, and that includes people. If I am trying to invest in someone who is, I feel, wants my attention or something like that, I would join their Discord and I would try to invest in that. So I don't randomly go and spam people on some Discord or something. right? This is how I feel about that. Now, how does this relate to narcissistic and empathetic, right? And this is on a continuum. I shouldn't have wrote this down here. All right, we'll just keep it like here. Okay. So most of my time now, the 70%, I would say the 70% along with the 30% is often that hobbyists that I meet are on the narcissistic end, which is not a, it can sound bad, but it's more like other words on a continuum. Self-interest. And what's a self-interest? Self-improvement. Lifestyle choices, right? Support. Affirmation. These are really important things, like finances. So in no way do I think that narcissism should be demonized in kind of the way hobbies are being treated now, right? And that's where it leads to this this thing of the 30% of professional artists. Oftentimes it's coming from this perspective, right? They want to make a living. They want to express themselves, right? Self-expression is a hobbyist, right? You want other people to understand your self-interest, right? And then also while you're doing that, you get to improve your skills in self-improvement. And that this has become a lifestyle choice because oftentimes it deals with coping and escapism. Entertainment. It's not linear like this. I'm just saying these are connected, but it can go like different ways. It can connect in different ways. I'm just painting a very neatly archetypical corollary thing. So take it with a grain of salt. The idea is these things are related to each other, right? And it's this is my passion, I want to say, interacting with people that do these things. The things that are being made are great. I consume art, music, and movies and stuff to get closer to the people that make them because they don't have the time in the world to give me, right? Because they're busy being productive, right? Directors are off constantly doing their passion and stuff. It's narcissistic a lot of times, right? It's like, I would say 70% narcissistic and 30% empathetic. When you have a very successful director or an artist, a professional director or artist that are going about their business, they don't have time for me to like ask them interview questions and whatnot. What I can do is I can consume their media, like the thing they created, and get a little lens to them. And that's why I consume creative stuff. If I'm not consuming creative stuff, then I'm out working, creating a product, right? Teaching people. That's actualizing my things. Otherwise, I want to get closer to people. So this stuff is super interesting. This is what I observe when it comes to artwork, or art related things after streaming for like 5 years, especially sharing Inktober things, the 5 years of Inktober things, right? So you have lifestyle, it becomes a lifestyle. So the self-improvement is necessary for their lifestyle. They want to feel good about themselves. So it's already part of their lifestyle. Self-interest in their artwork. And because of that self-interest, they want to collect information and self-improve. And it might deal with coping. It might deal with escapism. And it might be entertainment, right? Along with self-improvement and self-interest. And that creates a form of support system. You like to think it creates a support system. And if they're lucky, they also get affirmation. Like someone would compliment their work, or affirmation in the forms of financial gains, right? Sell art. And specifically, sell their art. Now, this would be also some of the situations that I've encountered where someone I knew wanted to buy art from someone else, and they asked them if they could draw this, and that artist said, no, I can't. I only draw the things I want to draw. So if you're gonna ask me to draw something, it would be something I draw for you, not what you want me to draw that someone else can draw. That is a fair thing, right? That is a fair self-interest, narcissistic approach. When you ask someone or to commission someone to draw something, you have to ask them if they can incorporate something. Like, hey, I can't ask, I don't know. I can't ask Shinkai for background because he's making beautiful artwork for his next anime movie. But can you draw something like Shinkai's work? And you get two different things. You get either someone who's predominantly narcissistic or someone who's predominantly empathetic, but a mix of the two, right? One is going to be often dominant. It's rarely like neither. I don't know what neither sounds like apathy, just apathetic, as in they don't like themselves, they self-loathing, and they also are unempathetic. I think a great example, and I think this is a rare margin, these would be very concerning and unhealthy people. I would be really concerned if I encounter an artist who's making art right now and say, I don't care how I'm expressing my art, and also I don't care what other people think about my artwork either. So that means you're creating art somehow as a form of non-expression. That would be very worrying, right? So it's either between these two most of the time. You're either self-interest predominantly or you're empathetic outwardly, right? And there's things with empathy. So let's balance the game here. So empathy oftentimes lined up with a lack of identity. But it also means they understand trends. And in that, they also understand fundamentals. And what I'm fundamentals? Jeez. My spelling. Wait, is that how you spell fundamentals? Fundamentals. And now we're kind of comparing apples and oranges a little bit. You might be saying, oh, a narcissistic person is very well capable of understanding fundamentals. I understand. The thing is, an empathetic person would be hyper-focused on fundamentals because fundamentals tend to be standardized. Right? Oh, sorry. That's supposed to be in blue. Standardized. And standardized mean that a lot of people agree that these are the right, fundamentals. You have like right and wrong stuff, right? And one of the interpretations of narcissism is anything works. And anything works because if you get good enough, you make the demand. You can create the demand for get good. This is the narcissistic approach, right? You don't need to know what other people want in your artwork, you can convince them that your artwork is what they need. And that's what I encounter. So 30%, which is the 100% of pros that I've ever encountered, self-made pros, they are narcissistic enough to know that their art is something that I want. So they pressure me and they iterate on the idea that if I give them a chance, they know that I will like their art. The artwork that I want to buy is this person's interpretation of the art that is me. So why is it important to know if your client is narcissistic or empathetic as well, like the reverse? Is probably because the empathetic ones, like myself, like I'm a bit of a mixed bag, which is what most people are. I empathize with the person selling the art. But that also requires that you empathize with me. That's how empathy works. So when someone says you're going to like my art, the first thing you have to tell me is, what do you know about me? Right? You don't say that and then say nothing about me to demonstrate your empathy. So if you say nothing, then you're a narcissistic artist who thinks that they are empathetic by doing me a favor without any knowledge of who I am. That is someone who believes, in my opinion, that they are good enough to create a demand. So their artwork is good enough to be paid for without any knowledge of your client or the fundamentals. And you might be thinking, okay, well, how do you know their fundamentals are looser than someone who's empathetic? Well, I would say that despite how amateurish I am, like this is as humble as I can get, I suppose. Despite how amateurish I am, I can at least see that a majority of people enjoy certain things, like statistically, right? If you're a professional, right? Professional deals with standardization. So that deals with data and like consensus. That's how you get fundamentals, by the way. Consensus. It's not a fact until there's a consensus. And then even then, it's not really a fact. It's more of a solid converging evidence. When someone, like, there was this funny comment when someone talked about science, where there was a comment where someone says, why can't facts just be facts without needing evidence to determine that it is true? Like that is kind of the world we live in now. It was a paraphrase of what he was far more eloquent than I was. That's what happens nowadays. Fundamentals are not facts per se. They are consensus based on data of the majority. So if you're narcissistic and you lack empathy, you are rarely someone who displays fundamentals. So with a grain of salt, taking that in, when I look at a person's profile, and their art, right? Their art is eclectic, right? And super unique. I think that's awesome, right? But attempting to sell me that art is not empathetic. It's rarely ever empathetic. But if I look at a profile and this person has a lot of clients and it reflects the clients, oftentimes there are patterns to them because they formed a professional relationship, style, and presentation that is either learned or adapted with people. So if your goal is to become an artist and you can do whatever you want, make pieces and sell one piece for millions of dollars, like, go for it. Know that when you're trying to sell art, there are two different types of things. So those people that you're talking about, the fine artists, right? Fine art. Oftentimes clients don't, you don't go to clients. Like, the idiosyncrasy is you don't go to clients. The clients come to you. Because ultimately, you can still go to clients. Like, you can try to convince them that your art is worth buying and all of that, right? The idea is that there are skills in communication that may increase your odds, maybe, or alternatively, you're a professional in a different way. You're a professional artist that makes concessions or compromises so that the client is satisfied, or you spend time understanding the client. You spend time talking about what the client is interested in, as well as reciprocating. Then the client will reciprocate and ask you what you are interested in. So my first comment when someone says, are you interested in some art? My first question is, what do you know about me? What can you tell me about you? If you can't tell me anything about you, then you've lost me already. But if you can't even tell anything about me, then your lifeline's gone too. Because there is in no possible way that you can be so arrogant and narcissistic intentionally. The difference is intent. That you can tell someone that they would like your art first without the client knowing nothing about you. Typically, I would look at the profile. If there's no profile, then I know nothing about their art, so I can't really do anything anyways. And they know nothing about me, despite finding me on a Discord server, knowing that my Discord is attached to my Twitch and YouTube account, and I also post artwork. And they spend the first 30 minutes, like, I do talk to them, by the way. I talk to them for like 30 minutes to 4 hours, or however long they want. There was one person we talked for a while. She kept talking about how, like, this is her only source of income, and I feel sort of for that situation. However, I'm not the target. I'm not the target person. I rarely. There was a time when I was younger where I fall victim to a lot of sob stories. However, if artwork is what your only source of income, I would say realistically that is simply not true. But that could be my cold heart, because even I don't do art, and I wouldn't say it's my only source of income if I so choose. The response that you gave me tells me that you care more about your way of thinking and your way of doing than actually being a professional. A professional makes compromises. And I even think fine artists also makes compromises. Maybe to a lesser extent if you're goated, right? If you're goated in art, the odds are I'm not the person you're talking to. Like, goated artists do not approach someone like me who has no art experience or very few art experience. Like, what I'm sharing is all of my art experience. That's like probably a drop in a bucket for a fine artist that has clients coming to them who've made it already. So wherever they walk, if they offer you the opportunity to sell their art in their own vision, whatever they want, then you will buy it because it's that good. Hear me out. I have never felt that about any property in my life, like anything I've ever produced. So if you're trying to assume that I can empathize, if it's true, like if it's true that you're some big shot artist and you're contacting me, congratulations to you. I still can't empathize with you. So in no way will I ever buy art from someone who doesn't even know the person they're making art for or with. Not to sell, because to me, I learned nothing from, well, I guess I can learn a lot from that artist. So that would be cool. Maybe one day I can see myself, maybe one day I'll buy someone's art to get to know them, even though in order to buy the art I have to get to know them anyways. So it's a little different. Like these days, I think communication skills do not, they fall by the wayside. And converting a hobby into a profession is what I see most artists nowadays. So what is the context of all of this? This year and many previous years, the vast majority of hobbyists have some sort of this relationship. And oftentimes, after maybe talking to them one day, I get the luxury, the option, the privilege of talking to them a couple days, maybe 2 or 3 days out of the month, and then never hear from them again. The vast majority of the people are this side. All of these. Rarely do they ever talk about fundamentals. They rarely talk about trending things. Sometimes they talk about lack of identity, but then it comes off as narcissism. Like, what I mean by this is, they use it as often a sob story, where like, oh yeah, I just don't know if I'm good enough for art. And then suddenly it turns into a 180, like, don't get me wrong, I think my art is really good. It's just people don't think it's good enough. Like, oh, okay, I guess I don't know what to say to that. Like, on the one hand, they understand that people don't think it's good enough, but to them, they believe their art is good enough. So that is an impasse. That's a problem. That's a conflict of interest. So your goal is either to convince everyone that your art is good enough, or you don't actually understand that your art is not good enough for people. There's two things. One of the things is, if you're empathetic enough to understand that other people don't like your artwork, then there shouldn't be, like, in my opinion, it would be very unlikely that that person who understands that would be so confident in saying that art is good enough to sell to other people. That is a self-contradiction. That is a cyclic argument. If you know your art is not good enough to sell, and then you tell the same person your art is good enough to sell, it's just people don't understand that they're good enough to sell, then it argues itself. And that's fourth time this year I've met someone like that. And I hope they're doing okay. I mean, I hope their future is bright. And the conversation obviously didn't last for more than 2 or 3 days. Oftentimes, it'll eventually lead to a conflict of interest. So most of the time, these two sides lead to a conflict of interest. You have an individual that constantly say they understand people's expression, they understand why people like certain things and whatnot, and then immediately 180s and says, well, whatever I do is gonna be the only thing I do because I rarely care about what other people think, right? It's self-contradictory. And what happens is, since most of the hobbyists that I meet that are narcissistic, I'm the stranger in this equation, right? Right? This is me. So, like, what I mean is, if I'm talking to someone who is a hobbyist and a narcissistic approach to art, then I'm not part of the equation anymore. I'm not saying everyone. Again, it's like not everyone. It's a mix of things. But when I meet someone who's excessively maybe coping a lot or hoping, very passionate, oftentimes it is very difficult to talk to them and not sound like I'm the jerk, right? I genuinely think that I'm the jerk most of the time. I sound like the person who's aggressive and the person who's constantly contradictory and beating that person's dream down, right? Like, what does an empathetic person sound like to a narcissistic person? When a narcissistic person comes up and say, my art one day will make people happy. They will, no matter what I do, I will make art that no matter what how bad they are or how sad they are, they will be happy when they see my art. That is bold, prideful, possibly overconfident a bit, but it's not empathetic. It's manipulative. Like, it's voiced in a way that's manipulative. And I'm saying that from an empathetic standpoint, but now when I say that, I'm raining on this person's parade. I'm basically telling this person their dreams can't be possible, right? Because it sounds like I'm being a pessimist. But I'm really, in all honesty, I'm being realistic. When you say everything is about you and you are the reason for everything, that is complete lack of empathy. You don't understand the suffering of a person in which the art that you make does not help them. You cannot entertain the idea that most of the stuff that comes out of your mouth is based on what you think of yourself and not someone you're encountering, right? And 80 to 90% of the interactions I've had when doing artwork is kind of like that, to a varying degree, but it's usually predominant in that way. Video games is a little bit different. Like, to provide a bit of contrast, right? I actually done more video gaming than I've done more things on video games. And video games have this aspect. There's still some population of let's play, right? And that is to share experiences. And there's still some form of that. So sharing experiences create vicarious experiences or literal shared experiences, right? And that still leads to a higher, heightened sense of empathy. In fact, sometimes it can lead to such a heightened sense of empathy that it creates echo chambers and assumptions. Like, if you play a Souls-like game and someone comes in, they'll literally tell you how to, like, beat a boss or what to do or what to get better. That's like vicarious empathy, but in a very weird way, in a very detached way, because everyone's assumed to share the same experiences or similar experiences. Artists is kind of like the opposite a lot of times. Not everyone. I definitely love my conversation with other people who say, like, oh yeah, you know what I do when that happens? Or like, oh yeah, the layer thing? Yeah, I feel you, man. Or, oh yeah. It's like, or I forgot to save my art prompt. Like, yep, done that before. That's different, right? That's very different. It's not that most of the time, I would say. And I don't know what to process about this. I'm working on it. I'm working on these. What is the point of, like, I need to get to a point, right? What's the point of understanding these relationships? In my opinion, it helps me communicate and not mislead, right? Like, I don't unintentionally mislead people about my artwork. my artwork. So where am I on this scale, right? Empathetic and narcissistic. Most of my artwork is like 80% empathetic and 20% narcissistic. I don't practice things because I want to make my own style. I practice things because there are so many amazing artists out there. And true to the fashion, most of them are probably narcissistic in many ways. And that's the way they can create self-importance, self-interest, lifestyle, even personal finances, and create affirmation. So many, if you supplant artists with other hobbies, it's still true. Like content creation when it's a hobby, and then content creation when it's a profession. Those create these same dichotomies. Video game coding, right? Designing a video game, being an indie dev, most of these things still come in. And the one thing about empathy that struck me as a fundamental is empathy leads to sales and professionalism. How do you expect to sell consistently if you don't care about your client or your audience or your viewership? Even in my opinion, those who are emotionally detached, they are still statistically and fundamentally empathetic. They understand what a trend is, right? What sells, right? Inherently what sells, what is popular. That is empathy in a manner of speaking in an objectified way due to statistics, right? In fact, a sellout is far more empathetic than a narcissist, right? A narcissist is the true artist, right? You have that stereotype still. The true artist never sells out. They are the ones that embrace their vision. They do it so well that they create a demand for it, right? It is them and it's expressive. It's incredibly romantic and it's awesome. And I learned a lot from those artists. I don't seek to be a professional artist, nor do I seek narcissistically to be a fine artist. So the choice that I have is I choose to be empathetic by enjoying that those artists exist. So in no way am I saying these artists should not exist or they're amoral or the idea is when the common people that I meet are individuals who practice skills and communication skills that might not necessarily complement their abilities, right? Like when you approach me, which is a conversation I had 3 times this Inktober, is when an artist approaches me and say, oh yeah, they know they are really interested in popular things. I don't know, One Piece and some fight shonens like, I don't know, One Punch Man or Gintama and whatnot. And then they talk about how they're loving and they're kind and they're empathetic, or they're striving to be empathy when they talk about themselves. And then when I ask them and converse with them, what they do is completely self-centered. And for a very good reason, they're either struggling, they think school is boring, or they don't like talking to people. They're completely isolated. They love solitary life. They're Sigma. They're Chad. They think they're Chad. Or they could care less what I say because every time I say something, they pretend like it doesn't exist. And then they tell me they're listening, right? First, I say something. And then I would be like, no, that's not what I said. Like, I'm pretty sure I said this. It's like, oh, it's like, well, I'm pretty sure they didn't misunderstand me. And I'm like, I'm pretty sure you did misunderstand me. But let me explain again. I must have done a poor job. So let me iterate again and I'll slow down just to make sure that we don't have a miscommunication. Meanwhile, that person's like, no, I don't think you understand. And then oftentimes what ends it all is, nah, you're just getting it wrong. And it's like, you'll never understand because you don't actually do this. I'm like, well, then don't tell people you're empathetic, because that's not someone who tries to empathize with people. You're not trying to reach an understanding. You're literally telling the person you can't have an understanding. And over the last 5 years of Inktober, probably met like 40 artists. And the large majority of them are between the ages of 18 and 25. Because I asked those questions, by the way, and they voluntarily share them, despite me asking them that discreetly they are free to not disclose any of this information, right? Because I am a stranger online, and I hope that they're older than 18. Usually when I ask the age question, I'm actually checking if they're of legal age, because I think the internet, and especially someone like me, could be detrimental. It can be like I can be liable. At least in my opinion, I hold myself to be liable for possibly being negligent and or influencing someone who is not of age, who is making rational life decisions, right? So that's why I ask age, not whether they are older than me or younger than me. That is usually what people think, so that's where the conversation typically goes. But I usually try to tell if they are old enough or experienced enough to even hear what I have to say, because this stuff that I'm saying now, I find it can be very helpful to people who are making decisions that are rational and like backed by their own experiences. If someone who's inexperienced, they can easily say, well, not all narcissistic people are damaged and need support. And I was like, yeah, I know. Usually experiences tell you that this is an archetype. It's a reductive summary of highly correlating behavioral patterns. And your experience will tell you that data is data. It is a probability, and it depends. So that's perfectly fine. A person who is young and inexperienced would counter argue instead and say they can find one example of something, so therefore the following things aren't true. So if you're telling me that an artist who is narcissistic shouldn't be focused on how to make their self-interest and their self-improvement as part of their focus on trying to get them to sell art and motivate themselves to produce art that is worth selling or worth buying, instead of focusing on things that they are not good at, as in they choose not to be good at. I really do not believe that there are human beings who are born in this world who has a complete lack of empathy that are the statistical average. I think the vast majority of humans have the capacity for some sort of on a spectrum of empathy. So when you're talking about someone who comes up to you and say, I'm a very loving, kind person, and I want to be empathetic so that my art can reach out to other people and make people happy, and then you say, I could care less what people think. I will sell the art that I want to sell, and I will try to convince people that my art is the only art that is worth buying. That, to me, it won't last very long. The relationship between me and that person will probably last at most 3 or 4 days, or like 2 or 3 encounters, because I'm a stranger still, so I don't have friend goggles, right? I don't have friend goggles, and I don't have acquaintance goggles. I can't overlook self-contradiction, in my opinion, if I am to become a friend of someone. I understand my self-contradictions, and my friends help me realize those things because they care about me, they trust me, and I trust their words. When someone comes at me with a self-contradiction, then we have to resolve it. Otherwise, I don't talk to them ever again. And that's where it comes back to this whole thing, why I'm talking to myself. I'm telling myself and reinforcing the things that I've learned over the years. I'm self-reflecting on myself because I expect that when I have friends around too, that they have my best interests and their best interests in mind mutually. And in order to better myself, I must also constantly challenge myself to think, is this how it really is? Or is it not? Has things changed? By the way, I don't think this was true in the same extent. Maybe next year it will be very different. Who knows? Next year, when I do Inktober, I will again reflect on this. Right now, I'm trying to summarize the last 5 years, right, including this year. And for certain, a person like me have generally had the privilege, the word is privilege, had the privilege of talking to people who resembles a very early years, so we're gonna say 20s now, 20s, very early ambitious years, who communicate to me that they strive to be something that I'm not entirely convinced that they understand what that means yet. And I still am unsure if that's going to change in the immediate future. It might change, like, something might completely shift the way things interact. Genuinely, it's a bit baffling. Like, I got the opportunity to see the artwork of 4 or 5 people, and truly, they are a very wonderful presentation and expression of themselves. It's so wonderfully expressive to themselves that the ones that were really extreme, they also behave like that, which I said this before in our conversation. It's like, oh, that sounds reasonable. Like, it's good that you're aiming, it sounds very appropriate that you're aiming for the goal of a fine artist, because you only want to do single pieces, and you want those single pieces to be sustainable, and you don't want anyone to tell you or advise you or provide feedback to you about your art. That sounds very appropriate, right? So why are you talking to me about art? That's a question that I would like to answer. Or like, that's a question that I would like an answer to. Like, so is there a reason? Like, what do you want to share your art with me? Like, is there other reasons? Is it because I'm doing my artwork, or I want to know, which makes it very difficult, right? You're on Twitch or YouTube, and your first task is to try to talk to someone and empathize with them, or at least you're trying to spark up a conversation, right? And that kind of requires some extent of empathy. And this is very correlated with your art. When I can't resonate with your art, I can't even empathize with you through your art. So, you know, my comment would be something like, wow, your art is incredibly unique and esoteric. I would love to ask you, can you explain some of your art to me? That is where I go. The most classical way in empathizer, which I am 80% empathizing, is that I get someone to explain their work to me so that I can try to understand it from their mouth and from their expression, right? And I hope that at minimally they are able to communicate that in other ways than their art, unfortunately. Because if it's so esoteric, how could I possibly understand even then? Rarely do they meet, right? And you're wondering maybe, oh, that's not true. Like, if their art is truly expressive, everyone should be able to understand. It's like, well, I would beg to differ that statistically, because there are a lot of art fundamentals, even subjective things have an air of consensus. Like, for example, if you constantly draw dark, grim artwork, then what is that? What is dark and often grim artwork? If you have an image in your head right now, then there's a bit of empathy in there, right? But if you don't have an image, you're like, well, let's just see what I draw, and that's how I feel now is whatever I draw, and that's cool. Like, this is grim. I'm like, I don't know what that is, right? That's where the empathy comes from. Like, artwork does have expression. However, that expression also is coded with empathy, where if you see something really shiny in the darkness, it may spawn hope. That is a connection that does happen. And rarely, in my opinion, has that ever entered the conversation anymore. Like, I don't often talk about it. This year, I got an opportunity to talk about it, and other people telling me about what they think too. It would be fantastic if we continue to have more of those conversations, right? I enjoy asking someone, like, how do you get someone to feel warmth? Like, what would you draw, or show me a piece of yours that would express your type of warmth? Like, and then I can associate it. If I can resonate immediately, there's already a bit of empathy, right? Obviously, you can also show someone your art and ask them, how does it make you feel? And then you can explain afterwards instead of priming them, right? Priming them. I saw artwork that my first comment was, it kind of reminds me of body horror and cosmic horror. Are you interested in Lovecraft at all? Right? And they said nothing. In my opinion, they mentioned something like, oh, like, I want to do this type of artwork, and laughed, and I'm like, I don't understand. Did I say something funny? I'm genuinely interested in asking you if you are interested in an artwork like this, because that's the closest thing I have. No, it eventually turned into the idea that this person kept saying that I'm not trying to empathize because I keep asking them questions on explaining things to me. Like, well, if you're trying to empathize and you can't, you ask questions, in my opinion. So, I don't know. Telling someone you're not empathizing is, ironically, at least in my opinion, or paradox. Like, saying that is already an indicator that you might not be someone who understands. Like, what I mean by this is, saying you don't understand, or you'll never understand, or you can't understand, is pretty much not empathizing. And when someone says they're trying to empathize by saying you can't understand, that is weird. And I've had 4 instances of that in a span of a month while doing artwork. And I'm okay with not being able to understand someone. Getting upset and possibly antagonistic or ghosting someone by suggesting that there was a miscommunication, that screams to me that there's more important things in that person's life themselves than the person they're talking to. And that's fair, right? Like, I'm okay with that. I like to hope that that person also understands that when you talk to someone who is empathetic, they will probably come off very strong and really inference, right? Try very hard to empathize. And one way, one maybe benefit that you get from it is you get loyalty, right? You get solidarity between people. If you're embracing a life of narcissism, that's great. You can be the goated person of the world, and I wish you the best. And I'll learn from you vicariously, right? Most of these art techniques actually are people who I don't necessarily think they're goated, and I don't think they've ever said they're goated, but they do enjoy what their artwork brings. Their artwork brings fans, right? Community, empathy, and in a way, it comes at a cost of possibly being typecast. Like, they do reach burnout, right? They feel like their art has been stuck in a specific pocket because that's the artwork that a lot of people resonate with. So if they try to do something different, it can be off-putting. It can be an adjustment period, or it can be just way off the mark. So there's a constant balance, right? So what is the TLDR for this? And my future, right? My future self. This year, this Inktober was fantastic. I kind of pretty much the steps that I talked about today, right? Let's wrap this all up together. The steps that I talked about, like step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4, I hope that next year I will have some of that and then new things, because I'm not a professional artist. So I don't necessarily have to create a brand or a stylization that caters to people, right? I can afford to be narcissistic because I'm not trying to sell things to other people. I'm not trying to convince other people that my artwork is very good. If it happens, that's kind of cool. Like, that's neat. If someone says, oh, your artwork makes you smile and stuff, I love that. And I also don't want that to be something I'm dependent on. I'm not dependent on affirmation from other people, right? That is a way to work towards the narcissistic way of life. You may not need to be dependent on other people when you're self-absorbed and self-interest. Work on it, in my opinion, and be able to capitalize on it, right? The minimum amount of empathy is all you need. Enough to get someone to buy your things. That's the minimum amount, right? For myself, I actually spend most of my time empathizing. My artwork, in my opinion, is a representation of what other people like in artwork. Like video games, I play video games with incredibly popular artwork. That means that there's quite a lot of people who empathize with that artwork, right? So I do popular art. This is pop art. It's not special. That's one of the drawbacks of artwork that is professional. Sometimes when you go with the trends, you're inundated and you're competing with the trends. So most of my artwork, I feel when I look at them, I smile because they do trendy things. I've gotten to the point where I'm able to do trendy things, and that's sufficient for me. In no way do I ever think that I need to be unique so that people would want to buy the artwork. I think what I would love in the future, right, as an example, is that they buy or they give me the privilege to hear their story. Because your time is worth way more than $5 for an artwork that can probably be AI generated. This was a really frequent question that I get during Inktober in the last like 3 years. Will my artwork be replaced by AI art? Yes, it would. It would most definitely get replaced by AI art. And if not, they can do better. AI art already in the current state can do better art than me. But that's not what I'm selling. Or what I'm advertising. Or what I have to offer. I have to offer my time. So I can tell you why I drew the artwork. It would be very impressive to me if an AI is able to reproduce my story that comes with the artwork. So if I were ever to sell an art piece, I would have sold much more of my time to you. I would have given far more time to you than anything that artwork is worth. Like, that artwork, I already mentioned, I spent like 15 seconds on one of the most charming aspects of what I think my artwork is. And if someone sees that, that is worth everything. Not what the end product is. It's the idea that someone is able to feel and be part of the process. Like, can they feel why I added that light? Because that's not what's being replaced by AI art. That's in my opinion, the narcissist who only cares about data and themselves are using AI art to achieve. Right? Like, one of the goals of concerns about AI art is making art so fast that you can sell them. So fast and better than someone else's art. I can already tell you, I am not delusional. My art, all of this that's on the screen right now, right here, can be produced in less than 30 minutes. Maybe even less. And better. Probably trendier. Sells better. Looks better. Cleaner, brighter, something like that. All sorts of better. And yet, I don't hear a single story about it. When I ask someone if they produce one of these, right? And I ask them, can you explain to me what you did and why you did it? Hear me out. There is a potential counter argument. They could explain to me why they use the AI art instead of doing it themselves. I would love to hear that story. Give me a story about why you chose to reproduce my art, right? For example, reproduce my art, and then come to me and say, see, AI art can reproduce your art and do it better. Give me the story behind that, and it would be totally worth it. Like, I mean, you're not hurting my feelings. I don't have a delusion of grandeur. I think this art, if people can't see what this art represents to me, it's the last 4 or 5 hours I was talking. Like, right now, we're gonna have to, like, wrap it up, right? Put the fries in the bag after 6 hours. The fries are already, like, cold. I kind of like cold fries. This art doesn't represent what it looks like, right? What literally is there. It's everything I said in the last 5 hours. That's what the artwork represents. And I hope that other people feel that way too. Actually, I genuinely hope that if there's anything that someone can empathize me with, right, when doing art, is this. The process is irreplaceable for a human experience, right? I'm gonna write this on here, right? Human experiences are irreplaceable. I like to hope this is true. I hope this is true for everyone. It's a bit romantic, but I really do hope that this is how people feel about doing art. So far, it's not true. I think It's a dim light, but we're gonna try to stoke that fire, right? Stoke that fire. Anyways, that's it for me, right? Inktober 2025. We did it. And that's a wrap for today. Tomorrow I'll be doing something somewhat similar and a little bit more technical on the Wanikani side about mnemonic building. But that's a wrap for art this year. There might be a slight chance that maybe 1 or 2 other times tackling art, but it's not going to be another year before I return, right? I guess what I am saying here is, right, good luck. Right, see y'all in 2026. Let's say October 2026, right? So for those who are only interested in art, that's a wrap for Inktober. If you're gonna watch this later, thank you very much. I hope there's something that lights a spark in your life, motivates each other, right? You are free as always to come on by, join in whatever I'm doing, maybe even do something of your own, create, share. I would love to hear a story, exchange some ideas, anecdotes, keep each other motivated. So until next time, October 2026. Stay safe, stay healthy. 皆さんまたね。大家下次见. Right. I'll see you guys next time. Bye bye.